Welcome to the Play Compile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started. On Twitch, StreamElements says, Play Compile is now live. Streaming software and game development. Finishing up my match-3 Unity minigame. Alexandria says, Good morning Kathy smiley face. Overlow 167 smug. Play Compile says, Good morning.
Together you will be alone.
Right, I think we're good. Mini games. Hello! Ad should be finishing up. Oh my god! I fell asleep watching a film last night. It was so random. Well, somebody mentioned Train Spotting in a YouTube video recently, and I was like, oh my god, I haven't watched that film in ages. I remember that being a good film. I remember watching the sequels, but the sequel wasn't very good. So I was like, maybe I should watch it. So I was going to watch it the night before last, but it got too late and I got too tired. But I ended up watching it last night. And then I went from being not tired, the film was finished, and it reminded me, because I studied film in college, because I did media studies for the first time I went to college. And Trainspotting had come out, well, to be fair, about a year or so before I started college. But obviously we talked about Trainspotting as one of the very popular, successful films or whatever, and what it was trying to do. And during that it got mentioned that it's Danny Boyle, I think, who directed it. And our teacher mentioned another one called Shallow Grave that I hadn't seen, he also directed. That one also has Ewan McGregor in. And so I went and watched it. And it was another good film. Not as good as Trainspotting, but it was another good film. Now, it's been years since I watched either of these films. And Shallow Grave, I couldn't remember that much about it. I sort of remember the basic premise, but I don't remember much else about it. Anyway, I got halfway through Shallow Grave. And I was just out. I was like, quick, turn the TV off because I'm actually falling asleep. And then that's all I remember, turning the TV off. And I woke up at like 9:30. I was like, oh my god, I slept well. But it was quite late. So I watched the second half of that. Tonight, I guess. It still says ad break ends. I don't know whether there's ads or not. Twitch isn't I don't know. Twitch is being crazy. Excuse my throat as well. My throat is very rough this morning, so it's difficult to speak, but we'll try our best. All right, so we got pretty much progress. God, I can't even put words together. Progress, pretty good. With this match 3, we fixed the issues I was having. So now I believe it's a little bit exciting because we get to work on something new at last, instead of just fixing the old bugs, which is fun. So let's get into the code. Alright. Oh yes, I need to put that back in as well, which is cancelling ghost foods. Yeah, so if cancel was pressed and you cancel your move, then we reset ghost foods. Something else that I didn't put back in. Is that it? I think that should be good now for fixing the bugs side of things. Right, so what I'll probably do now is I'm going to do... Actually, it would be better towards the top, because it's like a tweaking thing. Quite a lot of stuff here. Actually, we'll make it private. It's fine. It doesn't need to be a public. It doesn't need to be a public variable. Okay, so I'm going to start... What I'm going to do is I'm going to start by making a private float, which is going to be called drop delay. And for now, I'm going to set it to ½ a second. But we can tweak that as and when we need it. So what drop delay is going to do is it's going to make a small delay before the food drops. So if we hit play now, we should be at a point where it makes the match, highlights the cells, throws the current food at Paimon, scores the player. So the next thing that needs to happen, so if we just maybe give us some pizza. Beep. There you go. The pizza's highlight, throw over to Paimon. So what now has to happen is all the food above these 3 squares needs to drop down to fill the gap, and then we need to generate food where the new gap is, right? But we might want a small delay. We probably don't want it to happen straight away. So we can start by finding where... So we've got a thrower that we give the food to, which is what throws the food at Paimon. So there you go. We can see here, where are we? This is where play gets a match. We get the horizontal matches, we get the vertical matches. In both instances, we throw the food at Paimon. Iteration index. And we come out... So since we do separate for horizontal and separate for vertical, ooh, yeah. Well, this is why I was doing the cell background thing. Color cell. Right, so the main reason I started doing the cell backgrounds thing is so that I could make sure I was identifying the cells correctly. Yeah, so for horizontal matches, these are the cells. Yeah, these are the cells that get colored. But if you think about it, they are going to be slightly different, right? So let's bring our paint up. Well, maybe not even paint. Yeah, we could get paint. Because obviously, let's get our snipping clips. Where's that? Is it on the other screen? What the hell is it doing all the way over there? Alright, let's get that. Actually, can I draw on here? Because this is all I really want to do. Ballpoint pen. How do you make it thicker? That's alright. Yeah, so obviously they're going to be different as well, because horizontal matches, let's say we did these three here, then obviously we're going to need to affect 3 cells above the length of the match, if that makes sense. So we can sort of get our head around what we need to be doing there. So we can figure out the length of the match, but sometimes you get a really complicated match, right? Sometimes you might get a match like that. But then H matches is going to detect that part of it. V matches is going to detect that part of it. So either way, I think we're good. So basically within H matches, what we want to do is we want to go one up and apply the drop. Go one up, apply the drop. Go one up, apply the drop for the length of the match, right? For vertical matches, it's different. For vertical matches, we just want to go up one up from the top match and then drop that down. But also for horizontal matches, we're only going to be dropping food 1 square. But for vertical matches, we're going to be dropping food the length of the match. This part's going to be trickier than I initially thought. Because originally I was thinking, oh, it's fine, we just drop the food down 1 square, but it's not that simple. Ha! I think what we'd probably do, rather than... See, horizontal matching and vertical matching had to be separate code structures because of the way the numbers work, right? So if we look at the numbers, right, because horizontal matches we could just basically +1, +1, +1, and we knew that the cell numbers iterated, like increased in a sequence, right? But with the vertical matches, they obviously increase by grid width. So they essentially needed different mathematical functions from each other. But if this board was a played board right now, and we've already sent the food across the Paimon, it would probably be better to identify the gaps, I would think.
Our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Indeed it does. So all this is to say, I think it would be better if we made a new function which specifically did this. Specifically scanned the board for holes. Went to the food above those holes. So every food that exists above a hole will drop down and fill the hole. Jesus. That's going to be complicated. Yeah, I'm probably going to need ChatGPT's help with this then. This gets even more complicated because we need to animate it as well. So this gets really complicated. This is why I added a delay float. Right, I'm going to need to flesh out what needs to happen here. So basically, right, what we start with is we start with the drop delay, right? So drop delay needs to happen first. Then the next thing that needs to happen is we scan board for empty cells. Then the next thing that needs to happen is we apply drop animation to each food cell above empty cell. And with that, there needs to be like a second drop delay, as it were. But this time it's kind of like wait for animation to end, wait for animations to end. And then at the end of the animation, So this is the way it's going to have to work. So here's how this works. It's kind of complicated, because here's how it has to work. What's actually going to happen is we're actually going to take this cell here and we're going to animate it so that it drops down to this cell here. The problem with that is this object is still this cell, even though it's now being repositioned at this cell. So we don't have a cell anymore back here. So what we have to do is we create an illusion. So what essentially we do is we play the animation so that the player can see the food drops down into the next cell. Then we do a great sleight of hand magician's trick, where essentially what we do is we swap the contents. We put the cell back to where it was. That's the first thing we need to do. So then we need to put the cell back. Right, so we return the cells to their original positions, and at the same time and swap the contents. So it creates the illusion that the food just dropped down. What really happened is the food dropped down and then the cell went back up to where it was, and we put the food in the cell below, but we do it in one frame, so it just looks like the food dropped down. But what really happened is we swapped the food cells. Now we could just do that if we didn't want animations, and it would make life a hell of a lot easier. We could literally just put the food one cell below, put the food one cell below, put the food one cell below. But it's not going to be very sophisticated. It's essentially, that is what we're doing. But the tricky part is making it look good, right? So the making it look good is making it appear as if the food drops down from one cell to the other. But what's really happening is the cell is moving to the cell below, then it swaps back up, and the contents swap at exactly the same time. And so now the food's in the correct cell, the cells are in the correct cells, and we can recalculate everything based on that. Positions, contents. And then we basically need to rinse and repeat for any additional holes. So then we need to rinse and repeat for additional gaps, additional empty cells. For example, vertical matches will have like vertical length. Vertical matches will need to drop more than one position, depending on how long the match was. And then finally, when we've done all that, we recheck the board for new matches. And we keep doing this until there are no matches, and then when there are no matches, we let the player move again. Because sometimes food will drop down and create new matches as well, right? So we need to we need to identify those and rescore the player based on that. And those are going to be like big points ones, right? That's when like the players getting lucky and scoring extra points and stuff like that. Whew, that's a lot. That is a lot. Okay, so what I'm going to start by doing is at the end of the match function, play a match, I am going to start a coroutine. We're going to make a new coroutine and we're going to call it drop foods, I guess. Drop foods. We need to put a yield return null in just so it returns something. And actually we can change this here to yield return wait for seconds drop delay. What that will do is it will wait whatever time we put from the drop delay. Then we can start the coroutine of drop foods. And for now, I'm in drop food, so I'm just going to do a debug.log and make sure everything triggers at the right time. Food will drop now. Alright. So let's see it. Make sure everything's working properly up to this point. And we should have a 0.5 second no drop delay. It's private, it's a private variable. Okay. Why is it not running? So let's match these burgers. Let's oh wait, that's weird. It said food will drop now. Wait, that's weird. Does it run player match as it generates the food? Is that just because I'm clicking the board?
It's random fact time. Winston Churchill was born in a ladies' room during a dance.
Okay, we have to be careful here because it looks like player match is checking for matches even when we don't have matches. So when I first click into the game, it checks for matches. And I just moved something that didn't create a match, right? Because I allow that in this game. So if you want to, you can swap two things around even though they won't create a match. Like that. And it will still do... Right, so I need to be aware of that. There might not always be a match. Okay, but let's test it for when there is a match. Let's get... Yeah, see, it just did it there as well. That's weird. I never knew it was doing that. So it must be checking for matches. But that's weird because the player didn't even really make a move. Yeah, I feel like that needs fixing, actually. It's not breaking the game or anything, but it's checking for matches when it shouldn't be. Because if the player's not making a move, then it shouldn't be checking for matches. Yeah, let me see that actually. That's kind of weird. Because I was messing around with the inspector and I click off and then I lose focus on the game. So to get focus back on the game and to get my interface back, I just click into the game. Now when I click into the game, even though I'm not making a move, I didn't do it this time, motherfucker. It was doing the... Weird. Anyway, okay, food will drop down. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need to do is look at our food squares. For now, let's put like a burger in them all so we can see what we're doing. Okay, at the moment we have two animations on the food squares. We have food normal and we have food shake. So I think what we're going to need to do is create a food drop animation. So let's attempt that. Where are the other animations for this then? There they are. Oh, I made a food drop animation, apparently. But it doesn't have... Okay, let me just drop that into the foods animator. Okay, this is even weirder. Food drops registered as an animation in the animator, but when I'm on a food item, it's not showing. Now, why the hell would that be? I don't know. It says it's got an animation in there, but it's not actually doing anything. Okay, I don't trust this animation as far as I can throw it. So I'm going to delete it. I'm going to start again. Because it needs to show in this... Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Food! Drop. Okay, so hit record. Enable, disable recording mode, cell 1 position. Yeah, it's not really position, it's rect transform position Y. So I'm gonna guess that we're using local position, which should start at Y0, but that moves all of them. That's not good. Okay, let's just concentrate on one cell then. Let's take, I don't know, burger number 4. What's behind burger number 4? Is it a lettuce? Is it a radish? Do you have radish? No one has a radish in burger. Is it some cheese? No, it's Paimon. Fuck. I guess position Y. Okay, Houston, we have a problem. Oh Lord, we have a problem. Okay, so the problem I'm seeing is that the cell positions of the food items vary depending on where they are in the grid. Which you might think, well, duh. Yes, I know. Because that would be its local position in respect to its parent, which is the food squares grid. If we were going to use an animation, we would have to make food a child component for each cell. That way, the food's local position would be in respect to its cell rather than in respect to the grid. Because if we apply it in respect to the grid, then if we move a burger from this position to this position, every single burger will move from this position to this position. Or this row specifically. But we want the burger to move one position down relative to its cell parent. But at the moment it's only got grid as the parent. Which is a bit of a pain in the arse. Because do I really want to make...
Alexandria says, that's a lot of burger.
It is, you're right, it is a lot of burger. What is the best way to solve this problem? This is a real problem. What I should have done is I should have made food a separate object which was a child of the cell. That's what I should have done. Okay, this could get super messy super fast. I don't think there's any other way to do it. The only other way to do it would be to try and do it mathematically. I feel like that might be the safer way to do it. Let's try and do this mathematically. So I want to try and explain what the problem is, right? So the problem is, right, if we look at these numbers here, the way to think about these, right, what you have to understand about the inspector and object orientation in Unity is these numbers are not they're not like a set of coordinates. Well, they are, but they're in respect to something. So they're in respect to the parent, right? So what this cell is saying is that it's at -40 in respect to food squares, right? So in the animator, if I move it from -40 in the animator to down to there, look, down to its burger below to -142, for example, what it's essentially saying is we want you to take your local -40 position and move it to -142. What that would do is if we applied that animation to a burger down here, it would jump up here to -40 because this is where -40 is, and then it would go back down to this row here because that's where it was when we animated this burger, right? So how do you fix that? How the hell do you move all these burgers independently? Well, they have to be in respect to a parent that has separate coordinates, like a separate area from the grid as a whole, which is what these cells are, right? These cells are separate areas, separate objects within the grid. So if we move the cells themselves, like we have to move them to exact positions in respect to the grid. So the way I should have set this up in hindsight now is I should have made the food object a child of each cell. So each one of these cells should have a child, which is the food object. Then if we moved the child from 0 local in respect to its cell position down to -140 or whatever the hell, right, then whenever we apply that animation to any of those burgers, they would essentially move away from their parent, which is their cell position, right? So they don't jump up to wherever they're supposed to go. So, but that could mess a lot of things up because this whole thing has been not placed that way. We could restructure this, but the other way we could try to do it as well is we already know we're never going to drop food from the bottom row, right? We're never going to drop food from the bottom row because even if somebody was a match-3 genius and they cleared like Tetris and they cleared like this entire bottom row, the only burgers that are going to drop down to fill the gap are the ones above. So we don't have to worry about moving burgers out of bounds, if that makes sense, right? We only need to worry about moving burgers from food above to food below. God, I'm trying to think about this. This is so tricky. There are so many ways to solve this problem. I'm trying to think what the best way is. Because another way we could do it, so that's one way of doing it, right? which is essentially we take the burgers above, we drag them down, then we do a magician's sleight of hand swap and put the cells back to where they were supposed to be, blah blah blah, after the fact. But I think what would be another way of doing it, which might be a better way of doing it, a tight-knit system, is basically any food that generates yeah, we might be able to do a better job. Let me just think about this. Really, sometimes you've got to ask yourself, what's a better system? Like, what would be better? Like, if I could have a dream system of how this would work, how would I make it work? And I guess the way I would make it work is, as a food item is generated, right? As a food item is spawned from the heavens, that's what it does. It literally starts out of bounds. It generates out of bounds. And each food item knows which cell it belongs to and will seamlessly drop from the sky and land into its respective cell. Because if I have that system, then at the start of the game, the food animates. As matches occur and new food generates, it animates. That still, actually, to be fair, that still wouldn't solve this problem, because this problem isn't the food generating necessarily. God damn it, this is tricky. This is tricky. Yeah, there are so many ways. It might be better to make the food act like that. Like a better system. A better system might be to put some code on each one of these food items, right? That basically gets the food to be responsible for its own, like, gravity system or whatever. Where the food is basically checking the cell below and says, hang on a minute, is there a space beneath me? If there is, then I'm going to move into that space. But again, we can't even make it work that way because, like I say, the cells have to stay where they are. This is what makes this so tricky, right? The cell has to stay where it is ultimately. We can create an effect by temporarily moving the cell from one cell to the next, which is what I was originally going to do, and then swap it back at the last minute. But ultimately, the cell has to stay where the cell is. Otherwise, you know, everything falls apart. And it's only really the food within the cells that we want to move, and as it moves, it essentially changes cells, right? It's supposed to change cells. Oh, this is so tricky.
Good luck, Cappy Lil. Time for a joke. I've never trusted stairs. They're always up to something. LOL.
Okay, I think I'm overthinking it though. I think as long as we have a function, I think to keep it simple, right? As long as we have a function that animates a cell, right? Because it only ever drops down as well, so I should think myself lucky. It's not like food's going to be moving every which way, because then it really would be a nightmare. We only ever move food down. So really, if I think about it, all I really need is a function that says, hey, I want you to become a magician's cell, right? A moving cell. And what you're going to do is you're going to move down to the cell below. Then you're going to hot swap your contents with the cell that you swapped with. And then you're going to return to your respective position. And as long as we can make that a smooth function, then we can just give it to all the cells that it applies to. I think that's what we need to start by doing. So let me just get my logical brain around this. So we would have a gap. You know what? I need to see. Okay, let's take a screenshot because my brain is struggling to visualize this. So let's play a game. Let's play a game and make a match. Oh, that's a big one. Hey, that's a big one. All right, and we'll take a screenshot of that. There we go. Now my brain can start to understand what we're doing. So essentially, we want a function that says, okay, you are a magician, whatever, a drop cell. We'll call it a drop cell. You now become a drop cell. Your job is to move into the empty cell below temporarily. Then you're going to give that cell. That's essentially what we're going to do. So let's flesh this out. I just closed my notepad. What the hell? Didn't even ask me if I wanted to save my text. It better. Oh, it is back. It is back. Good. Okay, yeah. So essentially, a drop cell function, for example, you're going to move to cell below. You're going to give that cell your food. You're going to return to original position after emptying yourself. Empty yourself. So essentially, it looks like the food drops into that cell, which creates a new gap here. But all we're really doing is this. However, this might not be the correct rule, because in this instance, okay, let's think about it. Drop cell. So if this cup would say, I'm a cup. I go down to the space. I give the space my cup, and then I become a space and I go back here. The problem with that is this cup's doing the same thing. So this cup then says, hey, cup, I'm a cup too. I'm going to make you a cup. But it was already a cup. Wait, is that what would happen? Let me think about this. Yeah, I think this will work, but obviously we have to be careful about the order we do this in. If we start, this will work as long as we work our way up. So these cells must run from bottom to top, right? Because if you think about it, this cup needs to swap itself with the space, then go back to being a space. But this cup needs to give its cup to what is now a space here, because this cup becomes this cup. So if it works the other way around, if we gave the cells from top to bottom, this cup would give its cup to this cup would give itself to this space, but then it would empty itself, so then we'd lose a cup, which we don't want to do, right? So it has to run from bottom to top.
You're starting to sound like a capold Cappy Kappa.
No, I've got this. I know I do. Okay. So how do we do this? I have no idea. No, we can do this. We can do this. Okay, so we're going to call this drop food. And drop food is going to take a cell number. So we're going to take an integer of a cell number. Alright. So now we can't just start the core routine. We have to iterate through all the gaps. So we still need to find the gaps, actually. So we need to find all empty cells. So if you think about it, let's just flesh out what we need to do. We need to find all empty cells, and then we need to loop run this coroutine from bottom to top. Yes, this is what we need to do, 100%. But for now, I want to make sure this part works. I want to make sure like the main thing's going to work. So what I'm going to do instead is I need a cell number. Grab index is where we grab the food from, right? So grab index should now be... Shouldn't grab index now be an empty cell? I need to know whether grab index is an empty cell so we can test it. So I think I can say drop food, grab index. Food will now drop for cell, and then we'll say what cell number it received. Okay, so let me try that. So all I want to do now is make sure that for one cell test only, we're actually giving it an empty cell. Is it an empty cell though? No, this function doesn't want to run an empty cell, does it? This function wants to run on food above cells. So for this test, it needs to be grab index. So bring those numbers up. It should be grab index minus grid width, right? Because if this is, bring our numbers up. If our food was grabbed from 17 and matched with 24, we want to drop food from 10, so it would be grab index minus grid cell width, grid width. Yes. So I was wrong about that. It's not grab index, it's grab index minus cell width, grid width. Grid size, there we go, grid size. Okay. Okay, I'm convinced this is what we need. You're witnessing a miracle here, because I genuinely feel like I understand this, and it's rare that I'm as clear as I am right now. I'm not saying I can do every single part of this. I'm not saying I won't run into problems. I'm just saying I understand exactly what I need to do right now, I think. Right, so I'm going to match these cups. And what we should see, it should come back and say, hey, I'm about to drop cell 3, because that will be the French fries above the cup, right? Where there is no cup match there. What the fuck am I even talking about? Oh yeah, there is. -8. What the hell? What? -8 isn't even a cell. What is that? How did it come back -8? -8? What is that? Okay, well that clearly didn't work. So what the hell was our grab index? Why was our... What? Oh, maybe we reset grab index to 0 because we were no longer holding food. Yeah, by the time... I think that's what it is. So by the... Yes. By the time we get down here, grab index is gone. We've already forgotten where we grabbed it. Shit. So how am I going to do a quick dirty cell test for this then? That's a good question. Okay, the way we get a quick dirty cell test for this is we make an integer and we call it temp dirty test. Alright. And for now we'll set it to -1. And then as we get our grab index and we do our matches, before we reset grab index. Where am I even resetting grab index? I didn't even see it. Something must be resetting it. See, our player match function doesn't even use grab index. Maybe we already lost it by the time we get to player matches then. But we do matches here. Okay, well let's take a closer look at our code, right? Our code gives food squares at start index plus iteration index, while less than last match count at position match index. Good God, I forgot how complicated this is. I think I store a list of cells that are matched against in an array or something. I'm trying to reverse engineer this now and I'm struggling to understand. So we give the thrower an object from food squares of start index, which must be the start of where the match occurred. Yeah, I understand that now. Yeah, so we give it a start index because it's either going to be, because for H matches it goes along, right? For V matches it goes down. So all we really need is the start index of the match in both functions, and we just do things differently mathematically depending on the length of the match. So we can use start index, I think. I think we can use start index. See, this is me desperately trying to avoid building. Okay, but they're within their isolated functions, so I do need a quick and dirty. So I need a temp dirty test equals -1. Then when we find the start index, before we drop out of this isolated function, we say temp dirty test equals start index, so we can remember it. Then we do the same thing at the end of this isolated function. And then we can send start test, no, quick dirty, what did I call it? Temp dirty test for the food drop. Okay, let's try that. This is just to try and get one cell to drop. Alright, bear that in mind. This is just so I can get one cell address that we can test this on, because it needs to be a valid cell. Otherwise, all hell breaks loose. Right, so it came back. Cell 15 needs to be dropped. That's probably right, isn't it? No, it doesn't. It's the cell above that. But you'll see that now we know that. So that is the start index. So you remember when I originally said it was minus grid width? Well, this is the one that's minus grid width. So I was kind of right. I was just wrong about, we didn't have that number anymore. Yeah, so it's temp dirty test minus grid size is what it is. Okay, now I swear now this is going to give us a valid cell to test it on. It should say 5. Yes. Okay, so pizza slice would be our guinea pig here. Cell 5, it identified as the food that needs to be dropped. So let's see if we can make this work. So now we want a function. This function needs to take the cell. It needs to do what we put in that notepad, right? We need to move it down to the cell below. Hot swap the contents. So let me bring up that list of things we need to get it to do. Actually, I'm going to go put it on my other screen so I can keep an eye on it.
Let's swap the contents of the cells below.
Pika said, hi, Cappy. I'm not sure when that was. I can't debug that right now. I'm way too deep into this. Right, so the cell we want to drop with is, so what we can do is we need the first thing we need to store is our original position, right? So we're going to make a vector 2 rather. We're going to make a vector 2 and we're going to call it original position, and we're going to say original position equals food squares at position cell number dot transform dot local position. We must use a local position unless we use the rect transform. The rect transform might be better actually.
Pika says, hi Cappy.
Hello, was that from YouTube or is he only talking Twitch now? It's probably Twitch. I don't know why I didn't read your YouTube message. Alright, I can't deal with that right now. He'll probably read mine just to fucking piss me off. Right. We might be better off using rect transform, I think. Position, and we're only using the y-axis. So actually we could store this in a float. No, let's use a vector 2. Let's use a vector 2. Okay, so we store the original position here, and then what we want to do is we'll make a number of frames we want to drop this in. So for example, we want it to drop within half a second. We might set it to like 30 frames or something like that. I don't even know. Let me think about this. We'd probably do it as a float. Let's do 1.2f. So we store the original position, and then we can do the vector 2 and get the target position. Okay, so target position equals food squares at cell number plus grid size, because that is the cell below, dot rect transform dot position. All right, and then what we want to do is we want to say, I'm going to ask ChatGPT for some help with this. we essentially want to move the food square, move cell from to target position at speed. And then when it reaches the end, we want to say, right, we need to do the swapping of items. That's going to be fucking tricky as well. So our target cell contains, is it play cells? Yeah. So we want to play cells cell square target cell equals cell number. Right, hang on. We need this parent here, which is cell parent. So we've got a cell parent at position cell number plus grid size dot get components. Hang on. No, we've got grid cells. Hang on a minute. Is it grid cells? Right, hang on a minute. I need to find out if it's grid cells. I think we're already storing these in a list. Check. Yes, grid cells. Okay. So we're better off just saying grid cells. At position cell number plus grid size dot, and if we check that, we have cell index, row number, food item. So food item equals grid cells cell number food item, and then grid cells at cell number dot food item equals -1. So what that's doing is swap contents with target cell. Now I don't know whether updating the food item on a cell, whether I made this thing auto update itself or not. So let's find out. If I change cell 0 from French fry, which is food item 2, to something else, okay, it doesn't automatically update itself. So we need to visually update itself now. So for the visual update, we need to say grid cells at cell number. What we probably should have done is made a target cell. Yeah, that would be better actually. Integer target cell equals cell number plus grid size. And then we can just say target cell target cell And then if we put it here, we can put it here as well. Target cell. Dot get components. Raw image. Dot texture equals food type. It's either food type or food types. It's food type at position, and it's that food item integer there. Okay, it might be food types. Oh no, I think it is. It's either food type or food types, but then we have to go and get the texture. Food type. We'll go to food. So what we do is we go, okay, we got, it's food type. So it's food type at this position dot food image. There we go. Okay. So that's the visual update. Okay, so I think this is what we need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask ChatGPT now, because ChatGPT is really good at this kind of shit. And I'm just going to say, can you help me move the cell into position at set speed in my code below smoothly? Okay. Okay, we're using lerp to do it. That's fine. Okay, let me test that. So what we're hoping to see is it will pick a test cell, which is a cell above a piece of food that was matched, and it should drop that food down, and it should swap the food with the emptiness below. The emptiness, fill the emptiness with its food self, and then we are going to want to set ourselves back to empty, which we didn't do yet actually. We say cell number is food item -1, but we didn't do this part. Right, so we also need to say grid cells cell number dot get component raw image texture equals empty texture as well for the visual update. Alright, let's test it. Whoo! This is a good one. This is a good project, this one. Alright, so I'm going to turn the numbers off for now. Let's check it. So the pizza should move down into the gap, and then that cell should become a pizza, and the pizza should become empty. Okay, it said it was doing it on cell 9, and I don't think it did. Okay, so what happened is it did move. If you look closely, cell 9 did move Well, it didn't move far enough. And also... Okay, I think it's because we're using local position.
Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
Okay. So I think the reason why is because we used position instead of a local position. So if we change local position to local position, and then run it again, it still doesn't work. 18, it should have done the pizza slice. Yeah, that's not working at all. That's not working at all.
Our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Original position and target position. Target cell is cell number plus grid size. Target position is food squares at target cell dot rect transform dot local position. So the first thing to check is this, right? Is like, what is the original position versus the target position? So if we do original position plus target position in the debugger, let's just see what it comes back with. Yeah, so it should be moving from 194. You probably can't see it from my camera. It should move from, on the y-axis, negative 92 down to negative 194. Which is obviously not. So this was on cell 9, which would be cell 10 in the inspector, which is the drink. Right, it is moving, but it's moving... Okay, it's moving insanely slowly. Okay, this is quite good. It's moving insanely slowly. So let's try 30 times that. Let's move it at 30.2 speed. It is actually moving if you look at it in the inspector. I think it's just doing it way too slowly. There we go. Okay, that was still way too slow, but it actually did. The pizza slice slid down. So now what we need to make sure is to make sure this cell returned to its original position. So let's check to see what it was. It was cell 8 again, which is cell 9 in the inspector. Cell 9 has a pizza in it. It should be empty. Also, it did become right. So it never returned to its original position. Did we actually tell it to return to its original position though? I don't think we did. Yeah, I don't think we did at the end. Okay, we need to also put it back to its original position. So we say but also it had the wrong thing in it anyway, right? So transform local position equals original position. Yeah, but it also had the wrong food item in it. Texture equals empty texture. Food item equals -1. Movement end completed. Okay, so we need to make sure it completes its movement and it actually gets to run this code. So let's test that. I still don't think it's working, but I don't know why. It is working, but it's not fully working. 15. Yeah, okay, I saw 15 move down. Movement end completed. So it did it on cell 15, which would be cell 16, which is a drink. Yeah, it's in the wrong position. Cell 16 should be returned to its original position. Because if we go to the cell below, so if we turn our numbers back on, I'm guessing now what we have so cell 15, which is cell 16, which is here, that's ghost foods. I don't want it in ghost foods. It needs to be food squares. Right, so cell 16 is at position -346. 23 is at -346. That's what I was worried about. Yeah, it's not okay, so it's not returning to its position. This is really weird. So it's not returning to its original position. It's not swapping the movement items, the food items. We don't need that debug anymore. So we take the target cell and we set the food item to grid cells. Does this one have the right food item in it? 23. No, it doesn't. It's still empty. What the fuck is going on? Unless something else is overriding it. Unless something else is overriding it. But I don't think it will be. Oh wait, I know why. I think I know why. Okay, I think I know why. Okay, here's why. So grid cells contains the play cells, right? The play cells is where we change the food item. The texture isn't on grid cells. The texture is on food squares. Okay, the texture is on food squares. And it wasn't it food squares. Yeah, food squares. Ah, that's why. Yeah, and then we're trying to return the position on grid cells. We don't ever move grid cells, it's food squares. So food squares local position goes back to original position. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I forgot. So basically, grid cells has the database on it that contains the food item for like gameplay and stuff. But the visual representation of the food is on a completely different object type, which has the raw image on it. Which is where the texture was that we had to replace in the first place. Okay, so I'm going to do a burger match here. That burger should have been shaking, but it wasn't. Right, now this is... it's only programmed to drop down one square at the moment, so that's fine, even though we'd actually have a much longer place to go. So now, what we really need to check now to know if this is working or not... Okay, it happened on cell 3, so cell 2 should be legitimately... Cell 2 is a burger. Wait, it happened on cell 3? No, it didn't. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yes, I guess it did. So cell 3 should be empty, but it's a burger. What the fuck is happening? That can't be right. So that means cell 2 is still down there. Wait, cell 2... No, yeah, wait. No, it's not cell 3. It's cell 4. It's cell 4. Okay, cell 4 is empty, which is correct. It should also be lined up with these other cells on a -40, which it is. Excellent. Excellent. So visually, that's correct. And so the cell beneath that it dropped down to, what I probably should do is in my debug, it's going to make it easier for me to check. If I say in the debug where the target cell is going to be, right, what I'm going to do, after calculating the target cell, I'm going to move my debug.log down to here, and I'm going to say the cell that we're doing it on, and I'm going to say to target, and I'm going to say the target cell. It just makes it easier for me to debug in the editor. So let's run that now. And then I don't have to keep bringing the numbers up because I've already got to keep going in and out of the hierarchies and stuff here anyway. This is working really well. This is actually working really well. Okay, so... drinks. Okay, so now it's telling me food will drop from cell 15 to 22. So now what we can do is we can go straight to cell 16 because it's one higher and make sure that actually is a burger now. Wait. No, 16 is where it dropped from, right? So make sure that's empty now, and it is empty. And make sure it's lined up with the other neighbouring cells at negative 244 on the y-axis, which it is. Then we go down to cell 23, which is actually cell 22, because these, again, it's one larger. And this should legitimately be a burger, which it is, at negative 346, which is the same height as all of its neighbours. The only other thing we need to check is to make sure that the play cells, database versions of these cells, contain the correct food items as well. So it was cell 16 should contain food item negative 1, which is nothing, which is correct. That is what it says. And also just make sure these are all, yeah, these can't be moved. I think these are controlled by grid layout. Yeah, they are. That's good. I made sure of that to make sure that they never move. Although really this is just a database, so it doesn't really matter where they are physically anyway. And then cell number 23 contains food item 0, which I'm guessing is the burger that it currently is. And we can check that, because there we go, there's our food items, and number 0 certainly is a burger. 1's a pizza, 2's fries, and 3's a drink. So that is working perfectly. I wouldn't say perfectly. It could do with being a little faster. So we can fuck with some speeds now and see what looks good. And now the next part is we need to go and tell it which cells. Now there's a few things we still have to do, right? We have to tell it all the cells that this needs to apply to all at once, so all those coroutines can be spun up and it can do it on all of them. Also, like I say, sometimes with a V drop, it's going to be dropping and dropping and dropping until it reaches the lowest drop point that it can. And it won't just drop one space. This is actually working so good. I'm so pleased with this. Right, so let's make a horizontal match first. Let's do the pizza slice. And we're looking for the visual speed of it now. Yeah, it's still way too slow. Way too slow. Way too slow. Alright, let's try. I feel like it's going to be like 250 or something. Oh, that's better. I would maybe even go a little bit faster than that, but not much more. So I'm going to go with 266. I think 266 is going to be a nice speed. Beautiful. We don't need that debug anymore. So now we have a function that drops food one space. It hot swaps the food with its target cell, right, and updates the database and puts everything where it needs to be. So we can call this function now on every single cell that it needs to apply to. So the first thing we need to do is find all the empty cells. It's not really find all empty cells. It kind of is. It's finding all food that has an empty cell below it, right? Right, so let's just take a closer look at our code, because there's a few ways we can go about doing this, right? We already draw matches, right? So we already have the coloring process, which is why I did this, right? The cells that are matched turn to like a bright purple, and I did that for my own sanity so that I could like know where these things are mapped. So we know as we're coloring cells, we could be marking the cells above those colored cells The problem with that is sometimes there won't be a cell above the colouring cell. But what we could do is we could mark mathematically where the colouring cells would be, and then anything that's less than 0 we know is redundant, right? What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is we get rid of this dirty test integer now because we don't need that anymore. We need to do this for real now, right? So this is gonna be something else. So what we should do is make a list, right? So we make a list of get horizontal matches, and then we go and do our horizontal match check, and then we make a list of our vertical matches and blah blah blah. So as we make our list of horizontal matches, we're going to make a new list of integers, and we're going to call this list H drops, horizontal drops. All right. And to make the list of horizontal matches, H check equals get H matches. This doesn't actually find the matches. Okay, it doesn't actually find the matches. But we know we're going to get a list back off that function, right? With the horizontal matches in them. Okay. Okay. So what we could do then So go back to creating a list of horizontal drops and make it a new list of integers. And what we could do is we could just say for each integer get ref in h check, we want to say h drops add get ref minus grid size. Actually, we could be a little bit more sophisticated than that. So what we're essentially saying is for every single cell that comes back as a match cell as part of our matches, our horizontal matches, we're gonna mark the cells above those cells. But like I said, right, if we're matching along the top row here, we're gonna be marking cells out of bounds that don't exist, which are going to give us errors. So to combat that, we can simply say if the current get ref minus grid size is greater than -1, then go ahead and add this cell to a list of cells that we can work with. Right, so what this is essentially doing is it's saying, hey, you got your cell references for the matches using our get h matches function. Go and mark the cells above it if they are actually indeed valid cells, because they are going to be items that need to drop down to fill the gap. And we need to do something similar for vertical cells. So in our list v check, we want a list of integers of v drops equals a new list of integers, and it's going to be pretty much the same thing again. Let me think. Actually, it's not. So vertical is different. Yeah, vertical is different. So the reason why vertical is different, right, is for h drops, we're saying, hey, this drink needs to drop, this burger needs to drop, these fries need to drop, this drink needs to drop, and this pizza needs to drop. That's a lot of drops. But for a horizontal match, let's say this was French fries here, right? We don't drop anything other than the cup. So the only thing we drop, at least during the first iteration, right? The only thing we drop is the cell above the start index. So this here is the start index. What's different about H drops is we basically repeat this times the length of the matches. Alright, so we don't need a list at all for H drops. Instead, what we can do, I would assume that the vertical matches starts at the start index. So I would assume that get V matches position 0 would be the same as the start index. So if that is true, what we can do is we can say if vcheck.count is greater than 0, in other words, do we even have any vertical matches right now? If so, then what we want to do is we want to take our, and this is no longer H drops. These are just drops, drop indexes. So I'm going to call them I drops because opticians love those. We'll call them I drops. Apple also likes those as well. And instead, what we can say is I drops dot add optrex. No, v check at position 0 this is where it gets a little tricky. It would actually be v check at position 0 minus, yeah, actually let's declare this as an integer first. So okay, what we do is we again get ref, so we'll get ref of v check at position 0, and then we want to say get ref is itself minus grid size, and then we can say if get ref is greater than -1, in other words, is it a valid cell that actually exists? If so, then add into I drops, which is an index of, remember, all we're doing is making a list of cells, food items that need to be dropped. And instead of using vcheck now, we use getref. There you go. So we just added a index. So all that's doing is it's saying for your vertical matches, if we have any, you're going to take the start index of the first start of the match, and you're going to find that food item if anything exists above it, and you're going to mark that food item also as a food item that needs to drop one space. Okay, so let's test all of that. Then in here, instead of saying start coroutine, drop food, temp dirty test, what we say is we say if I drops count is greater than 0, in other words, if we have any food to drop, what we want to do is we want to say for each integer drop index in I drops, we want to start the coroutine of drop food using drop index as the cell reference, and that's all we do. And now drop food knows exactly which food it's dropping, so let's test that. Now what it's going to do, it's still not going to work 100% because all we've done so far is manage to get anything that needs to be dropped to drop one space. The problem with vertical matches, don't forget, is we need to drop it the number of times per number of spaces, but we'll deal with that separately, one step at a time. Let's make sure that's working first. Alright, so let's go in, make a match if I can find one. Why can't I find matches? I mean, they're literally jiggling here for me. There we go, the burgers. That's going to be a complicated one. Alright, I'd be amazed if this works first attempt. Let's go! Okay, we got an error. Okay, so the weird thing is it dropped cell 7 to target 14 twice, and then it came back with an out of range exception. Hmm. That's all I can say, really. I don't know. I have many questions. My first question is, bro, is this game free? It will be free. It will be free on my website once it's finished. If you go to playcompile.com. Why is YouTube not reading? Let me just restart my boo a second. I don't know why YouTube's not working. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'm supposed to have TTS on chat. I don't even know if you're still there. It's typical, isn't it? There's always
Welcome to the
bloody
Play
problems.
Compile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started.
Yeah, this is what happens when you code everything yourself. Sometimes you get errors. It's probably not my fault, though. It's probably YouTube's being... Is YouTube chat working or not? I can't deal with that right now. It looks like YouTube chat is broken. Oh, good. Something else to fix. Fantastic. I love that. Okay, well, you know what? I can't, like I said, I can't deal with that right now. I really can't. Okay, so my first question is, why... Why did we end up with eye drops containing the same index twice? Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sanity check this list. Hi, Cappy. Yeah, I see your message, but Boo's not reading it for whatever reason. Like I said, I can't deal with that right now. I really can't. Debug.log. Drop index. Right, iDrop has 11 in it. And only 11 in it. So that's not right, is it? So 11 is correct. iDrop should have 11, 12, and 13. But it only has 11 in it. Okay, so maybe H matches isn't what I think it is. Maybe it only has the
PlayPika
start
787
index.
beta backup says, I got Genshin downloading on my main device,
Now
so
you
I'm
read it
chatting
out.
via this account instead in the meantime.
I got Genshin downloading on my main device, so I'm chatting via this account. No worries. Okay, so maybe H matches only has the start index of the match, and not for the length. While match index is less than hcheck.count. Int get length equals last match count at position match index. Yeah, it was a while ago when I put this together. Okay, so it would appear that I'm calculating the length of the match within this function here. So these are only starting coordinates, which is why we only get 11. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to do this. Int match index equals 0. Jesus Christ. So that should give us the length of the match. So then we can just say +1, right? Because it's a horizontal match. So it should be H check. Okay, so it should be H check. Ah! It should be H check position 0 plus index. Right, and that should crawl That should crawl the grid horizontally and add the length of matches in. I think. Like I said, it was a while when I put that together. Okay, let me test that. 14, 15, 16. Okay, it's recording the matches. Yeah. But that is close to what we want. So where we went wrong is we said H check 0 plus index, which is the now we're calculating the match, but each one also wants to minus the grid size. So what we do is we put that in brackets, and then we say that is minus grid size. Okay, and then we should get the cells above. Also, we need to make sure, well, we should declare that as an int because we need to make sure they're valid cells, right? So we basically we do an int get ref equals this mathematical value here. And then we say if get ref is greater than -1, in other words, is it a valid cell, then I drops add href. Get ref rather. Get ref. Okay, let's try that. That should be right. God damn it. I'll tell you what, these match 3 games, credit to anyone who makes these. This is a big one. Are you ready for this? Boop! This is the ultimate test right now. If it got this right, then we are in business. So it marked 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's exactly what we wanted. Exactly correct. Okay, so now let's feed that into start the core routine of the drops and see if it works. Let's do these drinks. Oh my god. That's only one part of it. Because obviously now, then we need to... Oh, this is why this is such a bitch. Then we need to... Well, I guess what we need to do next is iterate up, right? So whatever these addresses were, right? So it was like 22, 23, 24, right? Yeah, 22, 23, 24. So then what we need to do is we need to work our way up the grid and keep going and dropping that food down, right? Obviously, because if we created a gap here, we now need to drop this food down to here, this food down to here, this food down to here, and so on and so forth, right? So we're not done. And it would be better to drop it all at once. So that is definitely a step in the right direction, right? We're getting there. But how do we now encapsulate everything above, right? Well, obviously our condition wants to be... We basically want to keep going, right? We want to basically mark all the food that's above all of these indices until we hit the negative range. Right, so how do we do that? Okay, so what we've done, this is where I get to explain inner loops and outer loops. Okay, this is fun, this, for me. Okay, so what we have now, we're doing this right, because what we've basically done is we've done an inner loop, And what an inner loop is if ever you have a function. So in our match 3, what we do is we identify our raw. Think of it as an Excel spreadsheet, right? Our inner loop is handling the rows, okay? And this is the part that we've gotten down. We can tick this now because this part is done. But what we want to do is we want to encapsulate really that's actually not rows, that's actually columns, sorry. That's the column. It's doing the columns. I know it's confusing. But what we want to do now is the rows, right? So we want to basically now we want to grab this and repeat it for all of the rows above. So this is where we create an outer loop. So this is the outer loop that we're about to do, and this is the inner loop. So you have to make sure your inner loop's right, which does the smaller function, and your outer loop just basically repeats the inner loop function, right, for a set number of things. So the key question is, what condition drives the outer loop? Well, the condition for this that drives the outer loop is the cell greater than -1? Because as long as that cell number is a positive number, we can basically keep minusing the grid size until we hit the negative range. All right, so that lets us like understand what it is that we're trying to do, right? So what we're trying to do, that's v check, and we also need to do it for v check as well, so it's a little bit of a bitch. Okay. So there's our inner loop, right? So this is getting the full length of the match across the horizontal match. But we need to go and get all of its vertical neighbors. So for that, what we can do is we want to minus grid size times the number of iterations. So we basically need an iterator variable now. What does that mean? Well, what it means is we define an iteration. So what we'll do is we'll say, we'll call it drop iter for drop iteration, right? We'll set it to 0. So when drop iteration is at 0, we don't apply any mathematical adjustments to the cells. And what we do is we say, this is kind of tricky. So drop iteration is going to increment. It's going to increment. Let me get a head around this. 1 per loop, right? And then that is going to be the multiplier that we apply to the grid size. But what you always need to do is you always need to ask yourself, so what's going to stop this loop from running infinitely? And the condition is that our values that are coming back from our final calculation are in the positives. Right, this is actually kind of tricky.
On
Let me get my
Twitch,
head around this.
Pika says, I just remembered that Genshin has background download, so I still chat on Twitch using my main device.
Yeah, it does. We haven't got the Natland back update yet, though, do we? I don't think that's here yet. Yeah, that's not here yet. Oh, I want it so bad. Have I seen this one?
The land of the children of echoes is rich in gemstones.
I don't know, I might have watched that. Anyway, let's get back into this. Right, so drop iteration is a multiplier of the grid size. So what we can say is, for each cell, how does this change things? Well, what it means is, instead of...
4 days to go, maybe preparing will be good instead.
Right, instead of adding get reference, what we want to add is get reference. Right, here's what we need to do. So our drop iteration is at 0, okay? Our size multiplier is basically size multiplier equals grid size times our current drop iteration. Right? So when we add our reference cell, we can say our we're adding grid reference plus the size multiplier. So the reason why that will give us the original addresses of the original cells within its first iteration is because drop iteration starts at 0, right? That's why we start counting from 0 in programming. So essentially we make no adjustments, right? So then when we traverse one row up and drop iteration becomes 1, we are... Actually, I said plus. I'm wrong. Sorry, it's minus because we're working our way up, don't forget. The numbers are going smaller, right? So our size condition should be... This is really tricky because the maths we do are further down below, which is why this is kind of tricky. So what we can do is new start, I think would be the way to do this, right? So int new start would equal hcheck at position 0 minus grid size times drop iteration, which becomes the size multiplier, right? So really we could put that there and say that that's size multiplier. And then what we want to do is we want to say while new start is greater than 0. But we it's almost like it heard me. Okay, while new start is greater than 0, so then what we do is we grab this. This is our inner loop, so it must go inside our outer loop. But then we need a driver for the outer loop. So the driver for the outer loop in this case is basically our drop iteration is incremented. Okay. But we're saying while new start is 0, so we have to recalculate new start to know whether it's correct or not. So all we do is we go and we take our new start and we run its calculation again at the bottom, so that when we come back up the top of the loop, it doesn't know what new start is. That's because I moved it and I meant to paste it. What are you doing? There we go. Right, it hates that. Now why does it hate that? Right, hang on a minute. Something went dreadfully wrong here. Let's just undo everything. Yeah, that was new start. I don't know what happened. Maybe something was in the clipboard that wasn't supposed to be. There we go. That's what it should have said. Right, so let's just logic our way through this. So what are we doing? Right, we say while index is less than get length. Ooh, you know what I just realized? That wouldn't that be our inner loop driver? Yes, it would. Okay, so I've put my outer loop in the wrong place. So our outer loop controls actually want to be up here. So basically, all of this goes here. I've so fucked this up, by the way. And that goes up there. So that becomes our outer loop, and then this becomes our inner loop, which goes there.
I just finished downloading Genshin compiling shaders.
To make sure that makes sense. Right, let's make sure that makes sense. So let's go through it logically. Also, this can all come over here. Okay, so we declare a number of drop iterations. Right, I've got to mute the chat for a second because I need to concentrate. So basically, we declare drop iterations. What is drop iterations? Drop iterations controls how many rows we've gone up, basically. That's all that is, right? So at the beginning, we go up 0 rows, so we start from our start position, right? We calculate what the size multiplier is going to be. The size multiplier is essentially the grid size, because we don't know how wide the grid is. I made this so it would work on any grid, any shape or size. So whatever the size of the grid is, times the number of drop iterations, right? So basically that's going to be incrementing each time. Yeah, that's something else that we shouldn't have put there, to be honest. Because we don't recalculate it anywhere. So that should go there. So that it gets recalculated. Yeah, there's a reason why I did this. Right, we only want our first size here, right? Minus our size multiplier. Our size multiplier is grid size. Right, we can declare it as the normal start. So what this will basically do is it sets the start to the actual start of the first match. But then as we go in and we change this maths and we say new start is 0 minus size multiplier, essentially we're moving up 1 row. Fuck me, this is complicated. Right. While new start is greater than 0, meaning the start of our next address, our next cell address, doesn't go into the negatives out of bounds, basically. Then we recalculate the size multiplier based on the current iteration. Then we run our inner loop. We increment our drop iteration and we recalculate the size multiplier. Okay. I think that's correct. So what should happen now is as we get our match and our food moves down, any food that remains above should drop at the same time. It should all drop together. If I did this correctly. That's a big if. Okay, right. Let's do these drinks. Come on! Come on! I know there's errors in the console. But I'm so fucking happy that that worked straight away. That is so nice! Okay, we did get a null reference. We got a few null references actually. Wow, that was insane. And to get that on the first attempt, I'm actually quite pleased with myself. However, we got some errors. Index without... So the first error that showed up was index was out of range, must be a non-negative value and less than the size of the collection on line 323 of drop food, which is original positions at food square cell number. So that would suggest that it's trying to do... Yeah, it got I dropped -6. So it didn't stop where it was supposed to stop.
Great job on your first attempt. It's normal to encounter errors in coding. Just keep going and you'll figure it out. Stay positive and focused.
I know why. It's because I forgot to include... Right, this was our filter statement here. I forgot to include the new size multiplier in the if conditional check. That's why. There we go. Small error. Okay, let's test it now. It was working though. No errors. Come on!
Our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Whoo! That was nuts. We haven't done the verticals yet, but you know what? I am feeling so good about that. You wouldn't believe how good I'm feeling about that. That was not easy. That was not easy, but we did it. And we didn't get any invalid results. That is so nice. Okay, let me just check it another time because I can hardly believe that I got that in the first attempt. That's actually nuts. Okay, let's do these fries because there'll be a lot of food to drop above it, right? Okay, to be fair, it looks like it didn't work, but it's because we haven't... Okay, we haven't finished our loops yet. What happened is we got 2 matches. So the food was told to drop down 1 space for 1 match, but we haven't managed to do it for a second match yet, right? Because we're doing it 1 step at a time. So it looks like it didn't work, but it did, because if it didn't work, it would have been still up here, right? But it just needs to do it 1 more space because we actually got a second match. Oh man, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Let's do these pizzas. Yeah, it's starting to work, as you can see. Oh man. Oh. There's still a ton to do. And as you can see, that would have made a new match here as well, right? So, you know, we actually should be getting matched and scored on this now as well. But again, I haven't gotten that far into it yet because food only just started dropping, right? So we haven't gotten that far where we then check it again for another match and so on and so forth. The thing I'm worried about is that double laid match on the 2 rows. I'm actually surprised that didn't work because that would suggest that the additional match, when it matches more than 1 at a time, isn't including... It's not being included in that. which means that code's either running elsewhere from a different function, which means this is going to need to be implemented in that function too, which is a pain in the ass. Or we're going to have to rip this out into a separate function. Or I don't know, there's some other weird reason why it didn't do it on the additional match. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, it looks like it doesn't work a second time around, which is weird as well. I need to fix that. It might be because that might be because there aren't supposed to be any empty food squares. That could just be because the empty food squares are throwing it off. Hopefully. I'm trying to make another, because we've only really done this on H matches so far. We haven't really got as far as V matches. There you go. There's a H match. Yeah, we get an error. Okay, let me see what that is. So do one H match. Let's clear the debug because I want to see exactly what's happening. And then we want another H match if we can find one. There's one. What even is that? Update board. Oh yeah, it's probably, yes it is, it's the empty. Yes! That's good. I know it's weird to celebrate an error, but the reason I'm celebrating that error is because, yes, that error isn't, it's because food square -1 is impossible, but food square -1 tells me that there's no food in that square, which the game isn't meant to ever handle that because there's always supposed to be food in these squares. So that's fine. That's a good error to have because, you know, once we're finished with this, we're going to replenish the food. So there's always going to be food in those squares. Ah, man. Whew. So we're one step closer. I can still barely believe it. I'm so pleased with that. This is such a hard project to work on. I can't believe how difficult this has been. This has really challenged me, this. Yeah, so in this situation, so we know eyedrops are working now, so we don't need the debug.log. As far as I can tell, let's just comment it out though. I don't think we need that debug message either. So obviously now the next thing we would do is, well, there's a few things we need to do. But for that specific test, while I'm just testing H matches, the next thing we need to basically do is replenish the food now. Replenish the food in the square above, in the squares that are now empty above. The more I think about this, the more of a pain in the ass this is as well, because creating illusions in games is always harder than doing things in reality. What I mean by that is, in hindsight, I wish I'd made an invisible row that the player doesn't see that already has food in it, waiting to drop down to the next row, because that would make my life easier as a developer. Because otherwise, so the way I want this to work, is when the food gets generated, I don't want to just pop it into the squares, because it's going to look weird. Because if everything from here moves down to here, one space, I mean, we could just, like, as long as we delay it, we don't do it at the same time, we could just make food appear in these squares, I guess. But how I'd prefer it works is we generate the food in a non-existent square above here, and we drop it in, and then I'd need to go a step further. So here's what I'd like to achieve. I know it's all possible, I just know it's going to be a bitch. I would like to generate the food out of bounds when we generate the new food, and we drop it into place, and then we do an animation that drops the food into place. Then we actually fill the squares with the food that it's supposed to be. And what I'd also need to do is implement what's called a mask here. And what a mask will do is it will essentially draw over the top, the background over the top of where we drop the food in. What that essentially means is the player will only see the food appear behind the grid. So it looks, so if you think about it, right, it doesn't look like the food's falling from the sky. It looks like the food's, if you imagine that this thing just goes on for infinity and the thing's just moving down constantly from within itself, that's basically what it should look like, because it's just going to look better visually. Also, why do we have an empty burger here? That's kind of weird. Huh. If I do this, it's going to do a V match as well, doesn't it? It's going to look weird. Yeah, it is working. I think it's when I clicked a button to do another move, that's when everything fell apart. But that makes sense, because these squares aren't actually supposed to be empty. I mean, they are right now, but when it's finished, it's not meant to end up like that. It suddenly got in quite cold, actually. Okay, so what now? Well, we need to make sure the vertical matches work, right? No rest for the wicked and all that. Okay, so we need to make sure the vertical matches work. So what happens currently when we make a vertical match? Boop. We get an error. It's always a good sign. Okay, what error do we get? Line 226. Get length equals last match count at position 0. I guess because we didn't have any horizontal matches. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I think I know how to fix this. Yeah, we might not always have horizontal matches, so I guess what we could do is we could just encapsulate all this and say if h check count is greater than 0, and only then do we do all of this. But now we've lost our eye drops reference. Oh. That's okay. We just declare the eye drops list outside of that encapsulation. There we go. Now it's happy. Okay, let me try that then. First of all, I want to make sure that H matches still works. I should probably back this up because I'm making really good progress there. Okay, H matches still works perfectly. Good sign. Yeah, I probably will back this up though. And what if we make a V match? What if we make a V match? Let's do this pizza. Yeah, I mean that's fine, but what we need to do is the same thing that we did before, right? So now we've got to do the same thing that we did before on the H matches and go and get all the food above and make an outer loop for it. And move those down, but we also need to repeat this process until we've done it the same times as the length of the match. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this structure here. So where we say if H check count is greater than 0, otherwise I think we're going to run into the same issue that we did before. So we'll run the actually we already did that here. Look, we say if V check count is greater than 0. I wonder why I didn't do that on the other one. Kind of weird. Okay, so if VCheck count is greater than 0, then we go in and we do our... It's not even really a loop. We just add the initial... So this just gives us the initial reference. The starting point, as it were. Okay, so what we can do is we can say... Well, get ref is the start point, right? Get ref is the start point. So what we can do is we can say... I'm just trying to think what I should word it. Again, it's iterations, really. It should already be greater than -1. But it doesn't hurt to say it again. Okay, I think that should be it. We're not done. Don't get too happy. Okay. Shit. I just realized something. Okay, so what I was gonna do is I was gonna say in our code, how do I clear this? Why is paint so horrible to use? How'd you get a filled square? I can't use fucking paint. I have no idea how to use it. I used to like paint. I thought paint used to be good, but like I feel like they just like made it convoluted and like shit. Like I really hate the new paint. I think it's shit. Like it's not very intuitive. What I was gonna do, I'll use this as an example. I was going to say whatever the length is of the V match, right? So let's say the V match was a length of 3 here. I was going to say while basically loop it for the length of the match, right? So for each length, keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it, and then you'll reach bottom. The problem is the way I've done this, I can't do that because I've been using eyedrops to store cell references of food that needs to be dropped, but I haven't separated horizontal cell references from vertical cell references. So we don't know from those cell numbers whether they are horizontal matches or vertical matches. So unless I change it somehow so that we do separate the two, I'm going to need another way of doing this. So probably a better way of doing this is to let it come out of the core routine. We could make it part of the drop food core routine. So like we were doing with our other thing, right? We make a target cell and we say a cell equals cell number plus grid size is the target cell. So again, what we could do is we could put an iteration on that. So we could declare an iteration at the top and mark it as 0. Then we could say it's grid size times iteration. And then what we could do is we could say that's a global. Hang on. That's a global. We could say while okay, this is really tricky. Right, so what is it we need to check? Well, what we need to do is we need to look at this. The target cell is always going to be a cell below anywhere. So what we want to do is we want to look for the V match. We basically drop. We're dropping to fill spaces, right? So we basically say while the target cell, the cell below, is empty. So what we could do is we could say food squares get components. Hang on. Oh, we need to give it a target cell, get components, raw image, texture is empty texture. And then we need to make sure we recalculate the target cell at the bottom and we increment iteration. So it's already been declared, so we take the declaration out and we make sure we increment iteration first. And essentially that should control the outer loop. So the outer loop is basically saying while the cell beneath you that you are trying to drop into is empty, keep doing this. And then when it finds a target cell, but we might get it out of range if we hit the bottom. So we need a conditional check for that. So we can move this into that outer loop, right? But we're going to get an error when it goes out of range. So what we'll do is we'll declare a bool called inRange, which we'll set to true. And then we can simply do a calculation here that says yeah, it also needs to be like, even the first time we do it, it could go out of range if we did a match at the bottom. We need to account for that. Actually, there's a way to do that, you know. That's what ChatGPT's been doing with percents. I might ask it actually. I think you use a percent sign to do it. To ensure target cell is capped within the valid cell range, you can use the mathf.min function to limit the maximum value. This way the target cell will never exceed the final cell index. So it's not using the percent sign. Interesting. But what it is saying is target cell equals mathf.min target cell within the range of max cell index. Max cell index equals good size minus 1. Ah, that's fun. That's fun. I'm learning better ways to do things. Yeah, because what I would have done otherwise is, well, you saw I was starting to do it there, is I would have made a bool or something and then flipped that bool if we exceeded like the maximum target thing. But it's tricky in something like this because we do an initial calculation to do the initial drop, right? But maybe I'm full of shit, right? Because on the first iteration, the food had to have been matched below anyway, right? Because this is food that drops down. Yeah, I'm being an idiot. I'm being an idiot. Yeah, I am being an idiot. This can't go out of range because the food drops. I still want to... This is still a good practice anyway, I think. Right, so then we can change our target cell calculation to that one there as well. And it just makes sure that it stays within the cell range. Yeah, I like that. Right, so what this change should do is on V drops. And what's nice about this, right, is if we make multiple matches. So do you remember before when I got two horizontal matches and it moved once but it didn't move twice for the second match? This will fix that. Okay, let's test it. French fries. Fuck. Nothing happened.
French fries are a delicious snack.
Thank you for that, PC Boo. Thank you very much. Okay, we need to know what's going wrong. Let's find out what's going wrong. Something's wrong. No shit. Did it also break H matches? Yes. ChatGPT, you broke it! You broke my beautiful code! Yeah, this is why I need to back it up, actually. So it thinks it's dropping... This is why it's not working. It thinks it's got to drop food from 22 to 22. So in other words, it's not going to move it. And it's going to drop food from 23 to 23, 24 to 24. So it's not going a cell down, is it? Oh, because our iteration starts at 0. That's why. Okay, for this, our iteration wants to start at 1. That's why. That's why. Yeah. Because of the way I coded it. Okay. It didn't do the food above.
Hi, Real Deco.
Who? I don't see that anywhere. So it received the instructions correctly to do everything, but what seems to be stopping it now? Ah, yes. I'm being an idiot. We don't always have to drop into an empty slot. Ah, shit, this is only true of V. This is only true of V food.
Real Deco Genshin.
What the hell is real deck? Oh, I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, the food doesn't need to be empty. Okay, this is really tricky. The food needs to be empty. It should do the thing anyway. Oh, this is really tricky. Shit! Okay, what I'm going to do to fix this is I'm going to say while iteration is greater than 0, and rather than try to control, because we can't control this by texture, I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this, to be honest. What we can instead do is we can say, let me think about this. For H matches, it only drops down 1 space, but we also came across a situation where we got 2 H matches on top of, like, next to each other. Right? You can do that. Like, that can happen, because if you have a pizza, a burger, and a burger, and you have a burger here and a pizza here, like, in other words, you swap them round, you make 2 match 3s on both rows at the same time. It's not that uncommon,
Pika
really.
asks, so your UID doesn't end with 008?
I have no idea. I'm doing this right now. So in that case, we wouldn't drop the food down, or would? Yeah, we would need to drop the food down, because we'd create 2 matches, then we'd get rid of all of this food and we'd throw it at Paimon, so it would scan 2 rows. I don't know if there's any way to do this without separating H matches from V matches. I think maybe we need H drops and V drops. I don't know that we can drop all the food as the same type of food. I knew that would happen.
I'm sorry about the long silent earlier again, since our household had Wi-Fi problems again, but it's fixed now.
Silence is great for me right now because I need all the brain power I can get. I mean, there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is, like, seeing how that works there, it shows that I can get the effect that I want. Like, I can make food drop further and further down as it needs to. That's the good news.
If I got it wrong, then here's my UID 773,737,139.
Do you think I want that right now? If... food squares. A target cell.
It's for later, but not now.
Well, I'm not gonna... How am I gonna remember that? Do you not have me... I don't... Is this your EU account? I thought we were already friends on EU anyway. I thought I already have you on there. I'll have a... We can have a look at that when I'm in Genshin later, but right now I really need to concentrate on this. Food squares, target cell, dot get components, raw image, dot texture, equals empty texture, then iteration equals
This is a new
0.
account just created.
Else, you're starting a new one. Why would you do that? Else iteration increments. Okay, let me try that. So essentially what I think I'm trying to say here is, okay, drop into your respective position, then do a check when you reach the bottom and you do the final swap. And if the cell below you, although I think target cell will be looking at the same
I'm
cell.
going to leave now anyway, so I'll see you.
Alright, see you later, man. But I'm not sure whether target cell will actually be the old target cell. Okay, it might be that it's the old target cell. So then I guess it would be target cell plus grid size. So first we would need to declare
I'll watch
that as
you
an
later tonight or in a
integer.
future stream. Bye.
So get below equals target cell plus grid size. And then the qualifier here is if get below is less than max cell index, then if food squares at target cell, but we don't use target cell, we use get below now. Okay, then do that. Okay, let's try that. But then we change target cell. I think we just then here we just say target cell equals get below.
Stupid keyboard submitting message into 2 halves. Since I got IRL stuff to do tonight, bye.
Alright, see you later, man. This is so frustrating. Actually, I think it's the other way around. I think it's iteration increment here, and an iteration equals 0. It's so hard to concentrate when there's like distractions and stuff. Okay, that seems to be starting to work. We got a lot of errors though. But it actually did what it was supposed to do. Okay, so what is the argument out of range exception that we get? Well, iteration is greater than 0. Target position is food squares, target cell, rect transform, local position. So maybe we didn't need to change target cell to get below. Maybe target cell wants to go back to this. Let's try that. Yay! Okay, so far so good. Right, it won't let me do 2 because we need to fill these empty squares before I can do that. But I want to check my V check. My V match. Okay, that was kind of weird. Not 100% right. First of all, I wasn't expecting to get the... That's a bit too much of an intense test for it right now. It did a horizontal match and a vertical match at the same time, which, like, let's just chill the fuck out. I didn't mean to do that. Let's just do one V match first. Again, fuck you. It's doing... Just give me one normal V match. Is all I need. Yeah, that's not working properly. Okay. Fuck! This is so difficult. The reason it's difficult is because I have no way of knowing whether the match was made horizontally or vertically, and I think there are no two ways about it. I think I need to change the way this works. So here's what I think I need to do. Let's work backwards, right? Let's work from the result that we want and then make it work up the chain, right? So essentially, length is fine. Or distance or something. Well, length, like the length being how many times are we dropping this down? I also could do with dropping this. Yeah, we could keep iterations. We can keep iterations in 0 because it will act as like an index driver. And then what we do instead is we say while iterations, I put inter, while iterations is less than length. All right. It means we're going to need to separate these out. I can't really think of any other way to do it. So forget all of this. I kind of want to do this, but I want to do get above. What I kind of want to do is instead of making the food empty, I don't think it's a bad thing, but instead of making the food empty, which is what we do here, let's be a little bit more sophisticated with it. So what we can do is we can do a calculation here where we'll say get above. And rather than just make the cell empty, so we do a swap down, we should do a swap up, is basically what I'm saying. So we want to take the target cell and we want to make it target cell minus grid size. It's not even target cell. See, the other issue with this, right, is we take a cell number and during our loop, we can't do cell number anymore either. Actually, yeah, that might have been why it wasn't working. Just give me a second. Oh, motherfucker. I need to back this up. I just realized something. Go back to before I put length in. We'll call this plan B. Yeah, what I actually noticed just now. So save that. Let's go and back this up. Because it's sort of working, right? So there's always there's always a chance that I might end up breaking it more than I end up improving it. Yeah, the problem is while we do multiple iterations as well, although it did seem to drop the food further down, which is kind of weird. So here's what's weird, right? Is if we look at our code, we take a cell number, but the cell number is really just the initial cell number. Because if we're expanding this function out to drop further than 1 square, which is what it was originally coded to do, we can't keep doing it in the loop on the original cell number, because the original cell isn't the same cell that it was when it comes out of the loop as when it went into the loop. Because the whole point of this code is it basically says, hey cell, you're going to become this, you're going to put your item in here, and this is going to become you, and then you're going to become blank. Well, what I also want to do now is say, actually, you're going to become this thing here, right? So if we're running that on a loop, and I suppose that's probably why it works though. Yeah, no, that probably makes sense. Because first it drops itself as a pizza slice, then it drops itself as a drink, then it drops itself as a burger. Yeah, I guess that is, I guess doing it on the same cell is fine actually. I was thinking I'd need to move down because the food moved down, right? So the cell that gets the code should then traverse down 1 cell on its next iteration. But not necessarily, because it does seem to be doing that correctly. Like if we do the matches, it's not doing it now because, but if we take that iteration counter out, like we are able to drop this food down multiple times as we've seen, and it seems to work. And that just gave me it. Yeah, no, it's because it's got empty cells. We can't do it without empty cells. Yeah, I don't know though, because it tried to do it there with the French fries. So I do wonder if we should be targeting the next cell down during our loop. Let's run through this logically. So I am this burger. Okay. I am this burger, and I get told, hey burger, on my, let's say I'm a V match, and I've got to drop, and I'm the top of a V match, right? So let's say I've got to, let's say my destination is here, and I'm supposed to go here. On my first iteration, I as the burger move down to here. I give this cell my burger, and then I jump back up to the top and I empty myself essentially. On the second iteration, whatever's in me is also going to drop down one space, and then I'm going to do the same thing. I guess I don't. Yeah, I think I don't need to change cell number. And the reason why is because I already passed my contents to the cell below.
Our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
I already passed my contents to the cell below. You know, when I'm done. So I'm no longer the same cell that I was when I started. So essentially we kind of are a different cell, but we're also kind of not. It's kind of weird. I guess I could also just count the length that I need to drop. But that's kind of what I was trying to do, right? I was trying to say, look, by the time you return back to your original position and you're now another cell, check to see if the cell below you is empty. Because if it is, then we need to go again. But unless we were empty on the previous iteration, there's no way the cell beneath us will ever be empty. Because we pass our contents to the cell below. So what that means is the empty cells aren't getting, like the empty cells aren't getting filled from cell number. They're getting filled from a cell above it that's being given the instruction to drop its food into you, right? So checking to see whether the cell below you is empty or not is kind of irrelevant at the end of the run. So originally I did it the other way around, right? I was like, hey, check to see if the cell's empty, and if the cell's empty, jump into the thing. The problem with that is it stopped all the other food from dropping down, because the French fry would look at the burger and say, well, you're not empty, so I don't need to fall. But actually you do, because the burger's going to fall here, and like he's about to become empty, right? And you need to fill that gap. God damn it, this is so fucking complicated. I might ask ChatGPT if it can shed some light on this for me, because I'm genuinely struggling. The only other way I can think of to do this is when we first run this core routine, is the first thing we do is we look at each cell underneath us and we count how many empty cells there are. So essentially what we could do is, so we set iterations to 1, right? And then we could say in here, for example, we could say next cell equals cell number plus grid size, right? And then we could say while next cell is less than, we need the max cell index first. Max cell index next cell equals cell number plus grid size times iterations, and we increment iterations. So essentially, right, this is just valid cells though, right? So essentially, whilst there are still cells to traverse vertically, traverse the cells vertically and add a new iteration. But this is, we don't want to add an iteration for no reason. We only want to add an iteration if the cell in question is empty. So I guess our logic would be if food squares at position next cell dot get component raw image texture equals empty texture, then increment iterations. Essentially what we're saying is count how many empty squares are beneath you, and for each empty square beneath you in a valid cell, add one more iteration to your drop. That won't work though. Because we need it one. Here's why that won't work. We need one iteration. Fucking hell. I've got a better idea. Set iterations to 0. That will make that work for empty squares. The problem is it will be 0 for the food that is dropping to replace other food. So here we could say if iterations remains at 0, then set iterations to 1, because you're still being instructed to drop down and swap with the food beneath, right? So like essentially iterations that way will always be at least 1, and that wants to be absolute 0. Alright, absolute equals. At least this way, I would think we can at least successfully and then we say, well, but here this is like how many iterations are we doing? So we would need to do like int index equals 0 while index is less than iterations. Increment index. Let's see what that does. It was going so well until it wasn't. What the hell was
What
that?
specific issue are you encountering with the
Shut
code?
up. You think I could explain it in words? That's the problem. I can barely explain it. Never mind understand it and debug it. No, of course I understand what I'm trying to do. It's just in terms of code, I have no idea how the fuck I'm actually going to do it. It seems like this should work though. I feel like I'm on the right track, but I'm just like failing to get the syntax correct to do what it is that I'm trying to do. Let's just see what ChatGPT suggests. Let's just see what it comes back with. This issue seems to stem from a combination of logic errors in your loop. The condition checks on how the cells are being updated during the drop operation. Let's break down the issues and correct them. Let's just try your code and see what it does. How about that? How about we just do that? I think I'm over it. You broke my food above logic. ChatGPT broke everything. That was actually really fun. It looked like it was starting to kind of work. So here's the funny thing about it, right? I feel like... So I solved the problem of not being able to make the food above drop. ChatGPT looks like it's almost solved the problem of making the food drop further when it needs to drop further. But it broke the food above drop. It's like if we could just get both of those things to work, we'll have what we need. Why is it going off to the side? That's so funny. It is actually dropping down though. So it does seem like ChatGPT has managed to specifically almost solve the problem of the food dropping the extra amount of times that it needs to drop. Yeah, it's also saying no need to drop if no empty cells below. Okay, so let me explain that to it. Okay. Yes, food drops further now, but then moves off to the side. Also, food should drop. Also, only food drops into empty squares now, but all the food stacked above will also drop onto cells with other food, which this new code breaks. Yes, food drops further now, but then moves off to the side. Also, only food drops into empty squares now, but all the food stacked above will also drop onto cells with other food, which this code breaks. Thank you for clarification. Let's address both of these issues. Movement off to the side. The movement issue likely comes from an incorrect local position update. We need to ensure that positions are calculated and updated correctly. Dropping stacked food. If the food above the matched cells also needs to drop into the empty spaces below, we'll need to modify the logic to account for this. Specifically, we need to ensure that the entire stack of food above empty cells drops correctly. Yeah, but don't think that this code wants to grab that food above, because it doesn't. I already send. Maybe I need to clarify further. I already send. Like, that part's fine. That's what we've been working on all day, right? Is this function gets the correct cells of food that it needs to drop 100%. So it doesn't need to. Now the food moves up. What the fuck is going on there? Okay, it's completely butchering the fuck out of this. It is completely butchering the fuck out of this. I think I might need to go back to the version I was starting to flesh out a moment ago, where I gave it an additional length value. Right, so this was before I started.
Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs.
True. Oh, that is so true. Right, let me just see where we're up to right now, because I've Jesus Christ, I've tried so many different versions of this that I'm genuinely confused about what this version even does. The last successful change we made was grabbing the above food. Something went wrong with the pizza slice there. Are you fucking kidding me? I feel like the best version of this we had was genuinely before I started trying to loop it and look ahead and do all that other gubbins. I don't know how far I can control and Z back.
Welcome back, Cappy.
Where'd that come from? Right, before I created the iteration variable, but this wasn't right. This seems like this was from a while ago, back when I was saying we only do it if the food square's texture is empty. Right, this is going back. This is going back very far from before I tried to loop it. I remember the one thing I felt good about, the last thing I felt good about is we did this felt great. I love that I've managed to get that to work. That's really cool. Go and find all the food above and drop that down. And then I did the same thing to the verticals. I managed to get the verticals, yeah, and drop it down, but it only drops down one square. Right, this is where I'm gonna back it up again. This is the best version of it that I've managed to achieve. You know what? I might have overthought it. Basically, we should drop down one cell, right? And then at the end... Wait, let me just back this up. Actually, let me just grab this script and stick it in Notepad++ or something. Just so I've got it. Because this is a good version. There's only one thing it's not doing, And that's the thing. The only thing it's not doing is it's not dropping additional places when it needs to. But I think I am overthinking it, right? Because we already have the function. We already have the coroutine for dropping food, right? Which is called drop food. So surely, when I've dropped the food down, all I need to do is next target, right? Next target equals target cell plus grid size. Let me just think about this. Because target cell is where the thing is that we dropped. Yeah, target cell is the thing that we dropped into the thing that we dropped. So we need to go one. Now we need to go one further down and see if that's empty. And then we can say. First of all, we need to make sure next target is within the range, right? So we'll do its little trick that it showed us, which was. Max cell equals cell size grid size times grid size minus 1. If next target is less than max cell, then check to see if that cell is empty. So we could say if grid cells at position next target dot food item is -1, which is empty, then essentially we can start a coroutine. We spin up another version of this function, right? And the coroutine is drop food. And the cell we want to give it isn't next target. I think it's target cell. Because think about it, right? Is I kind of need another one of. I need to. Oh, I can wipe this off, can't I? I think eraser. Oh, look at that. I like that. That's my eraser. Right, because this is cell ref that comes in. This is cell ref. This is target cell, and this is next target. So we finished dropping our food, so our burger now is here. We're still running on this cell though, so now we know that that's the burger. There's no point looking at that cell, so that's why we look at this cell and we say, okay, is this cell still empty? If so, we want to drop, yeah, target cell. We want to drop the cell below, which is target cell, one space down, and rinse and repeat the process. Of course, I could just spin up another coroutine, right? We rinse and repeat. Rather than try to do it in a loop, we just spin up another coroutine and then it'll apply all its logic again. I think I've been overthinking the shit out of this. I think that'll do it. Hey, it didn't break. That's the main thing. It didn't break. It also didn't do what I was trying to do, but it didn't break. Right, the first thing I need to check Is this even being applied, right? Are we even reaching this condition? I'm just going to say condition reached because my brain's... Do you know, I got some sausage rolls downstairs. I should probably grab one because a little bit of food might help. Yeah, I might go grab a sausage roll. I've got some in the fridge. Yeah, so the condition is being reached. And we need to know what cells. We need to know what cells it was checking on. So what we should have done there. What we should have done there is we should have checked these empty cells here. So let's bring the numbers on. Let's bring the numbers back. And we'll say what cell we're checking, right? So we'll say checking if cell is empty, and we'll say which cell we're checking, right? Next target. So it's semi-good news. The reason it's semi-good news is we are hitting that condition. But it's also semi-bad news because it ain't doing what we want. Okay, so the pizza slice, right? Right, so we should be checking 38, which we do, to see if it's empty. And if cell 38 is empty, we were supposed to tell cell 31 to drop down again. I just realized we've got another issue with this though. Even if we do that, what about all the food above? One step at a time. One step at a time. So we were checking cell 38. We also checked 31, but that doesn't matter. We checked 24 and we checked 17. Yeah, because one, yeah, four items dropped down, right? So we did 4 separate checks. But our first check was on 38, which is correct. So did we not do this? I don't know what is happening. Weird. Oh, maybe. Ah, so that would suggest. Wait a minute. So maybe my condition. Maybe we found a new bug. Let me check something. Because visually. Oh, sorry, I need to stretch. That's just a normal stretch. I don't know what you're talking about. Visually, we can see that 32 appears to be empty, but what if, lo and behold, sorry, now we know why it's not working, because cell 32 appears to be empty, but it thinks it's got food item 2 in it. Okay, so we found a new bug. If 32 became empty, then the code must have run on 32, right? Okay, this is where we need to do it. I thought it was cell squares. Grid squares? What did I call it? Cell square? Oh my god, what the fuck is it called? What is play cells? Why don't I name these things so I know what they are? There's an idea. Fucking dipshit. Grid cells. I swear I looked for that. No, apparently I didn't. Grid cells at position start index plus iteration index dot food item equals -1. So we weren't emptying the fucking cells from the database perspective. Gee, I wonder why it hasn't been working. I can't imagine why it hasn't been working. Actually, that's bullshit, because I wasn't actually looking at the database value before. I was only looking at the texture and it still wasn't working. So I wish that was true. I don't wish anything. I just want this to be over now. Okay, we can't test. We can't test it until we refill the empty squares multiple times, so we have to do it on one run per for now. There we go, the burger dropped all the way to the bottom. Now the issue is we need the food above to do the same. Which I think is going to be a lot easier than what I've been trying to do up to this point. Right, we got the burger to drop all the way to the bottom. This is progress. Okay, I've managed to get the food to drop to the bottom by recalling the coroutine when the cell below is empty. How can I check the cells above to see if they contain food and re-add those so they also drop too? Okay, we'll see if this works. We'll see if this works. Okay, almost worked. To avoid the index out of range when trying to access food type, when food item is -1, you should add a conditional check before trying to set the texture. The food item -1 signifies that the cell is empty, so you shouldn't attempt to set the texture in that case. So this replaces that line there, I believe. Well, the good news is we got no errors. The bad news is all the food fucking disappeared.
Sorry about the disappearance of the food. Maybe it's time for a snack break? Open mouth smile.
I know, I said I was going to eat something. It's just deleting food now. Oh my god! I feel like I'm so bad at this. I feel like I should force myself to make match-3 games for the next 5 years until I get good at this. Because, like, I'm sure, like, there are probably people out there who are like, ah, yeah, you just do this and this and this and this, and they're just fucking just knock one up in no time. This is absolutely that's what it is, basically. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, no, actually, to be fair, this is where, yeah, this was something I wanted to change anyway, because we were grabbing the food above. Yeah, no, this is why it's deleting it, I think, actually. This might work. So what I should be doing instead here is saying, this is the bit we need to replace. So this just assumes that the cell is going to be empty, right? But instead what I need to do is I need to say integer cell above equals cell number minus grid size. If cell above is greater than 0, else we make it empty unless there is actually something in the cell above. If there's something in the cell above, then we get the food item from grid cells cell above food item, and then the texture is food items, no, food item, food type. Jesus Christ, one of these days I'll fucking get this right. And then that number there. Type, sir? Oh no, it is type, but then it's dot food image there. Okay, let's try it now. Oh my god. You know what? I will. This is why I will always respect the Genshin minigames, right? No matter how boring they may seem, I couldn't do it. Now, that, to be fair, they've got like a team of professional experts that, well, I was going to say that do this all day, but I do this all freaking day. I've been using Unity for like 12 years now, and I'm this bad. Like, I have nothing but respect for those guys. Like, they've, God, I mean, I suppose also I'm trying to do every single aspect of it right. They probably like have, maybe they've got like one guy who wires up the UI and he's just so fucking good and they know how he works. I don't know, I'd love to see how they do all this shit. They do it in such a short time as well. Like, if you said to me, right, your job, I would be shitting bricks, I swear to God. If they said, right, okay, your job is to make the next Genshin Impact minigame, right? We want a match-3 minigame, and you've got, like, how long do they get? 20 days to do it in. I would be like, oh no, only 20 days. I would be crying myself to sleep, like, no. Everything's broken. Beyond repair. I don't fucking understand. I suppose it's always going to keep traversing up though, right? Like, it looks like it's trying to work. Yeah, actually, this might be a bad idea, right? Because if this is happening to the cells above us anyway, which it is, then maybe we shouldn't be trying to write... Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do this at all, actually. I cannot get my brain around this because there's so many problems with this, right? Because, like, I'm thinking, okay, so I just realized another problem with this, right? Is like, so what I'm doing, it seems so simple, but it's just not. I'm saying you're a French fry. It seems so simple. Drop down to the pizza slice, right? Replace the pizza slice with the French fry that you were. Jump back up to the top. And now I'm saying, go and get whatever is above you and replace yourself with whatever is above you. The problem with that is this thing is running on every single piece of script, on every single cell, right? So this cell is also being told, hey, you are whatever the frick you are, right? You're an empty cell. You're going to move down to this French fry and replace this French fry with what you are. So we don't want to write up and down. We only want to write in one direction. So the problem, which is how it was originally working, right? But the problem with that is, if I'm at the top and I'm a French fry, right? And I'm told, you're going to go and replace this French fry with your French fry, because it's a French fry anyway. Probably a bad example there, but whatever. And then you're going to jump back up to the top. Well, if that's all we do, you're still a French fry and you shouldn't be a French fry because you drop down to the cell below. So this is why I was saying, okay, well then make yourself blank. Because if nothing above you came and overwrote your script, maybe I need a coroutine manager for this as well, because we need to make sure that the cells run in the correct order. Now we can check that with debug, to be honest. So I think I need to put that back. And here's the other problem with that, right? So I like everything I just added, which seemed like really smart. We'll actually just break it because it's running on every cell. So then what you're going to be doing is every cell's going to be like getting confused about what it is, because 1 minute it's a French fry, the next minute it's the thing above it, which is now a fucking burger, and it was a fucking French fry, but it was supposed to be a French fry, but the French fry replaced itself with the fucking burger when it went. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. So when we set them to blank, right, which is what this originally was, that was good for the top cells. The reason it was good for the top cells is because then the food drops down. Let's demonstrate it here. See, now it's blank. Now that's correct. It should be blank, right? Because there's nothing to come from above yet. But that's something else we need to implement later. But we're just not even that far in yet. But what that seems to be doing, it's fine for horizontal matches, I think. Not even horizontal matches are broken now. Fuck! Right. Vertical match. Give me a vertical match. Give me a vertical match. What's it doing with vertical matches? No, just a vertical match. Just give me a vertical match. Can you imagine if I worked at Hoyoverse or something? I'd be sat in the office screaming at the thing. Everyone, but will you shut up? I'm trying to give Ganyu a fucking new dress here. You're fucking screaming at fucking pizza slices and burgers and drinks. What the fuck's wrong with you? I'm like, you don't understand. Let me make Ganyu's new dress. I'd rather fucking make Ganyu's new dress. Jesus. Okay. What do I even do with that? What even happens? Does anybody even know what just happened? Because I don't. Well, no, I think I do, and this is what I'm saying, right? This is replacing it with empty textures. So now it's just getting eaten up, right? It's just getting, everything's becoming blank because it's running it, and then it keeps saying, oh, I guess I'm blank now. Oh, I guess I'm blank now. Oh, I guess I'm blank now. Well, you're not fucking blank because you're supposed to be the thing that was above you. But if I say that you're the thing that was above you, well, first of all, what do these guys do? Because there's nothing above them. And then secondly, how about that? That's what. All right, that's what it is. So maybe we need a mixture of that, right? Maybe we need a mixture of this. So because this is just 2 lines, right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy these 2 lines. I'm going to put them in again, and I'm going to comment them out because I believe this needs to be an if statement. I believe what this should say is what we were saying before, right? Is go and get the food above you. No, I can't do that because the thing above it is going to be doing that and then writing it to the thing below. Right, the next thing I need to know. Yeah. Right, let's make sure that these cells are... The first thing I need to know before I go any further is these cells have to be going up the grid. They have to. If this code runs in the wrong order, if it runs down the grid, we're fucked. It has to run up the grid, because if it doesn't run up the grid, things are going to overwrite each other.
Our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm having a devastating heart attack right now. Okay. That is a lot of shit. Okay, let's take a look at this shit then, shall we? So let's see. We want to see. Give me the numbers. Give me the numbers. Right. Show me the numbers. Make it nice. Okay, there. Okay, so first of all, we got cell 23, which is here. Then we got cell 16. Okay, the good news is it's going up the grid. The bad news is it's also going down the grid. I guess because we encapsulate all of the food above, right? We get the stack above, and we also do the routine on that as well, so that drops down 1 square. But now, in our infinite wisdom, if we need to drop more places, we're calling the new coroutine, so we're adding to the queue, and now we're starting at 37. And then we're doing 23, and then we're doing 16, and then we're doing 9. This is all over the place. Then we're doing 16, then we're doing 9, then we're doing... No, wait, I'm looking at target. God damn it. Okay, let's just make sure I'm looking at the right numbers. So we're doing 23, and we're doing 16, and we're doing 9. 23, 16, and 9. Yeah, sure. I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Then we do 2. So we go all the way to the top. Then these will be the these are probably the repeated coroutines that are like, oh, you need to go further. So then it does 30. But for some reason it's doing 30 and then it's doing 16. It skipped 23. I have no idea why it skipped 23. I guess 23 didn't meet the conditions to get another coroutine off. Well, we're checking food item to
It looks
be
like the conditions for another
greater than
coroutine
negative
weren't met
1.
in 2023.
Oh, he's not showing anymore, is he? He's dead. Assistant activated, false. Let me just test that.
Play compile says, test.
He's becoming true. Camera, TV close-up. It is the wrong camera. How the fuck did we end up with camera, TV close-up active? So now we know what's causing it. Yeah, it is a camera issue. Right, that's something else I need to fix. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Right, so I know what's wrong with TV Boo now. Right. TV Boo, PC Boo. PC Boo, invisible, because TVCU becoming active camera for no fucking reason. There's another bug I gotta fix. Okay. So I'm gonna put that to the side somewhere. Can I not undock that? Seriously. There, thank you. That's something I need to fix for play compile for PC Boo. I'm gonna put that over there somewhere on my other screen. I don't know, just leave it there. I've kind of got enough on my plate. I just... I don't even know. Oh wow, 2 vertical matches at once. Oh my god. I don't think I can work on this anymore right now. I'm too lost in it all. It's too overwhelming. I don't even know where to fucking start. I really don't. The thing that's really breaking my brain, right, is this, like, this is where it's so weird to me. Because this version of the script that I put to one side, it works perfectly, aside from one tiny thing, or what seems like a tiny thing. And the tiny thing is that it's only moving one space. And for certain matches, it needs to move multiple spaces. That seems so inconsequential to me, because it's like, okay, we did all the hard work of getting it to move, doing the swapping, updating the food, all this other stuff. It's great. All that's working great. And so normally in programming, if you just need to take a function that's already fleshed out and you need to just find, like, you just need to repeat it a certain number of times for whatever reason under certain conditions, that's pretty easy to do. The hard part is getting the function to work properly, but in this, it's the other way around. Which probably suggests that there's something about the function that when it's running a second time, right, let's grab this version of the code and put it here. And let's put the original single run version back in. Is this the entire script, by the way? It is, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is the entire script. We're about to find out. And let's run it. I think I need to sanity check that the single iteration is actually doing everything correctly. Look at that, it's beautiful. For H matches it works great. For a single H match it works perfectly. Right, so let's just sanity check this, right? So visually everything is, we know everything is correct visually because we can see it happening. But what about the data fields? Are they matching up? So we can see our food items here. And if we go into our grid cells, we want to look at 38, 39, 40. So 38 has come up as food type 3. That's 0, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, which is a drink, which is correct. 39, which is actually 38 on here, shows us food item 1, which is a pizza slice, so that's also correct. Yeah, this would take forever to go in the inspector. Let's make a quick tool. Here's a better idea. If we make a quick function now, so I'm going to set up an I enumerator and I'm just going to call it sanity check. And what it's basically going to do is it's going to iterate through each. We can either go through play cells or we can go through food squares. So I'll do for each raw image. What type of list is that? Yeah, food squares is a list of raw images. That's great. So for each raw image, get image in food squares. And we're going to need an index. Just got fucking type. And we're going to say get image texture equals grid cells a position index food item is the number. That's to get the number. So we go to food item, food type, food type at that index, food image. And we can yield return new wait for end of frame. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a public at the top. We're going to do a public bool run check equals false. And in update, if we just say if run check start core routine sanity check, and we need to make sure we don't run that on an infinite loop, so run check equals false. Alright, my reason for doing this is it's going to take forever to go in the inspector and make sure that every single food items in the database is registered correctly against the image, or vice versa. So by running this, we update the images based on what's in the database. So after we've done the matches and everything's moved, we're looking for changes. So all we have to do is click one button. From that one button, if we see anything change, we know something's wrong. It looks fine to me because you can see it happening. Okay, we've got an out of range exception. Well, that's weird. Okay, yeah, no, that's because food item -1, right? So what we can do is int get food equals grid cells index food type. So index grid cells index food item can now be replaced with get food, and then here we can say if get food is greater than -1, and then we can do an else. So texture is texture, else texture is empty texture. All right. Yeah, to be fair, like, it seems, this may seem silly because it's like, well, you can see it's right because we can see the pizza swaps over, we can see the drinks go over, we can see those food items are the same things that drop down. But what about the empty squares, right? If they're wrong, we need to know about it. There you go, see? So we've got a problem. So this ain't so silly, is it? So we've got a problem. So what's the problem? The problem is that there's 2 drinks in those squares that shouldn't exist. And I'm betting we matched drinks. Okay, so where is that happening? Because I distinctly remember everything we sent to the thrower, we went and changed the food item to food item -1. So that's weird. I mean, we are setting an empty texture here. And not updating the food square cell. Yeah, also... maybe I only did it on one of them. Yeah, it's also doing it here. This is the bit I remember putting in. But don't forget we've got H matches and V matches. So maybe we only did it on one. So it's probably also worth checking empty texture, because empty texture obviously is when we empty the food item. Maybe we don't want to do it here, because grabbing the food, we might still need to know what the food was in that cell. Yeah, it depends how I made the... This is quite... maybe I shouldn't just put it in blindly like this. Yeah, actually, I think I remember that being commented out, and then it wouldn't work because I needed reference to the food item for when I placed the food. I seem to remember. Let's just see what that does. We added it in 3 places, I think, for the post-match stuff. Okay, there we go. Now we'll get errors if we try to do another match here, because yeah, we shouldn't have empty cells. It's not programmed to handle that, because in the finished game that'll never happen, and we're just not that far yet. H matches look great because they're only supposed to move down one cell. God, I wish the whole thing felt that good. It's the V matches that's the issue. And if we got like a double H match because we did like a swap, like a vertical swap. Okay. I'm happy that now seems to be reflecting what we're seeing, which is good and important. So then I remember asking ChatGPT I was like, I've managed to get food to drop to the bottom by recalling the core routine, but I need to do it on the food items above. This felt like progress to me, and I'm wondering if the mismatch of database values might have been fucking things up for us. So this is the code we had to make that work. So let's put that back in. Because yeah, like I said, that also felt like progress to me. It felt like we were one step closer to where we want to be. I mean, that was a bad example, right? Because that is exactly what we want, but it happened to be right at the top. The item that dropped happened to be the only item that needed to drop. So it was a bad test, really. But yeah, it dropped all the way down to where it was supposed to drop down to, which is, again, feels kind of like progress to me. So I don't know, let's try these French fries at the bottom. Yeah, this seems like progress to me. This is so close now. All I need to do, this seems like a good place to like snapshot it or back it up or something. All I need now is to get, it seems so fucking simple as well, right? All I need to do now is to apply the same looping logic to these three food items that were above the burger and have them do the same thing that the burger does, which just sounds like it should be so simple. I'm going to copy this script. I have like a million versions of this fucking script. Okay. I should probably try to remember which version's which. Maybe I should just leave it there and look at, like, it might actually be a good idea, because I don't want to end on a negative note. I don't want to feel bad. I've been at this a while now. 4.5 hours. And I also feel like if I come back at this tomorrow or something from this kind of checkpoint and look at it with a fresh outlook, then hopefully I can be like, yeah, let's try this again. Let's give it one little go. Right. So the magical code that made that happen is basically we look at the next target cell, which is the cell below, and we find out, is that cell empty or not? And if it is, then we add ourself to, we coroutine ourselves to drop and reset the whole thing and do the whole thing all over again, right? Rinse and repeat. The thing that needs to change is, instead of just saying, oh yes, I am the thing that needs to be added, what I also need to do is add the food items above my head. So
Commenting on the latest happenings can keep the viewers engaged and make the stream more interactive. Share your thoughts and opinions to spark conversations.
shut the fuck up. How's that for a conversation? I've just had a weird idea as well. I think that's all we need to do. So originally, as I started typing this bit, I was thinking, okay, so at this point, the cell above me, but this is where it gets tricky. Here's why this gets tricky. God, this is so difficult. I'm gonna have to use my fists. So why it's difficult, right, is we're this cell here, and we're going to go down to this cell here, replace it with what we are, then jump back up, empty ourselves, and we're relying on the fact that the cell above us is going to be doing the same thing as us. So the cell below us is going to be coming down to us, replacing us with what it has. But all this is happening at once. This is what's tricky about it. So at this point in the code, I guess we're just going to have to test it to see. At this point in the code, the thing I don't know and can't know, because we work from the bottom up as well, right? So the code, this is why this is so tricky. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it would be better if we ran from the top down. Because this is one of my issues. One of my issues is, so we ask the cell above us, are you empty? And if you are not, then we're going to add you to the core routine to get you to drop again as well. My problem is every single cell is emptying itself when it gets to this point and being replaced with a different texture. Although, doesn't that already tell me the fact that the cells don't all become empty tells me that the texture is overwriting from the cell above after the cell is emptied. But that still doesn't tell me whether why don't I have any vertical matches? There's one here, I guess. Right, it didn't work. It also didn't break. So I think the reason it didn't work is because at the moment that we queried the cell to see whether it was empty or not, the cell was actually empty, even though it ultimately became that pizza slice. It just hadn't turned into the pizza slice yet. I'm going to try something crazy. I've been convinced all day long that this must go bottom up. Because if it doesn't, we're going to end up with empty cells everywhere. But now I'm not so sure. Because the downside of that is the pizza slice hasn't become the pizza slice when we need to know if it's a pizza slice. But if it ran top down, we would know. I think. I don't know, I could be wrong about all of this. So when we give, before we give the drop food its list, I'm going to try something real quick. I'm going to reverse the iDrops list. So we're going to do it top down. And I'm going to see what happens. I worry that we're going to end up with empty textures instead of the items that they're supposed to be. Yeah, I told you. I was. I'm glad. I'm kind of smug because I'm kind of glad I was right. It shows how well I understand a lot of this stuff now. Okay, so it does have to go bottom up, which creates the problem of how the fuck do we know if the pizza slice is actually supposed to be a pizza slice?
Textures not loading properly can be caused by various issues such as file corruption, incorrect paths, or unsupported formats.
Shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Well, correction, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, one thing we could do is instead of waiting for the food to drop, we could actually just record the food item that we're going to be before we actually visually represent it. And then when we try to read what food item it's supposed to be, maybe the food item will be correct. Fuck off. Just give me a fucking straight vertical match, you bitch. Thank you. Fuck. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. No, I'm being an idiot. I'm being an idiot. Hang on a minute. I said target cell, but it should be cell number. It should be our self. Are you having fun with your project? Oh yes. This is the most fun I've ever had with my clothes on. Right, I did make a mistake in my syntax there. But it still didn't work. Dropping 23 again, dropping 30 again. Also dropping myself again. Okay, it seems like it doesn't ever go into this. But doesn't that make sense? Because if we're querying our own cell number and we empty our cell, we're always going to be fucking empty. So we would never ever get the flag to drop ourselves again. But I also came up with some code, but yeah, this got pretty hairy pretty quickly. The only way to fix that would be to go back to the thing where we look at the we look at the cell above us and see if that contains a food item. But no, this is where this gets problematic. Oh, this is so difficult. Okay, so it said it was dropping 22 again and 29 again. Okay, I can see what it's doing. Okay, I can see what it's doing. So it's not even, we need to know the match length, I think. Because it is going one up and one up, right? But the problem is these squares are empty anyway, so we don't drop the food from just above us. Like when we were here, we looked at 22. When we came down here, we looked at 29. But instead, what we need to do is we need to go up the chain until we find the first food item that's directly above us, essentially, and then tell that to drop again. Also, which cell was that called on? Because I imagine it was called on cell 15, because I need to figure something out. Do you think Genshin Story quick skip feature coming in 5.0? Oh, fucking hell. I can't see it because of dismiss. Will be like Terra Fantasy's story quick skip where you can skip to the current story but you can go back after. I have no idea. I don't know. All I've heard is you can skip straight to Natlan's story if you want, but I have no idea. I mean, given that we can't replay story anywhere, probably not. If you skip it, you probably skip it forever. Because if you complete story, you complete it forever. We've been asking for replayable story for 4 years and they haven't given us it. So I doubt you'll be able to go back and play it. Next target is target cell plus grid size. Why are we looking at the next target down though? Because we're seeing if it's empty. Yeah, because okay, so that part of the code lets it fall all the way to the bottom, right? But there would be no point in dropping an empty cell. So I think we should be saying if grid cells a target cell, food item is greater than -1, then go ahead and drop the food of the target cell again. Let's make sure that still allows it to go all the way down. Because at the moment we are getting redundant calls on further drops. I suppose I could do this one. Yeah, okay, that works. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now we need to traverse up and find the food. I'm still slightly confused about cells that will fall onto this cell from above. We'd have to start at 1. If we start at 1, do we get cell number minus grid size, which gets the cell above, while get above is greater than -1. Get above equals cell number minus grid size times index. Increment index. And then we're looking to see whether food is contained in one of these squares. Now I have to be careful here, because if it's running on every single cell, we don't just want to grab every single piece of food above us and run it on a coroutine, because if we do, we'll end up spinning the same cells across multiple coroutines. So essentially we need to stop if we find a suitable cell with food in it. And I'm wondering if we can call an abrupt end to that by timesing by a negative number. No, that's the. Hang on, that is the brackets for the coroutine. And then what I would also need to do is set index to a negative number, I think. So if we set index to negative 100, then our next calculation should set get above to grid size times negative 100, which should give us a negative number, I think. And then it'll drop out of that loop. I think. God, this is rough. I forgot to tell you earlier, I didn't delete my previous Hoyo account. I just send it off to Player Pika email account instead. So I can easily log back into that account anytime I want. Yeah, there's no point deleting them. I'm surprised you're starting again, to be honest. Yeah, it's about as good as it was when ChatGPT tried to get it to work, which makes me think that something else is fucking this up. So it said it was dropping 22 again. So let's turn these numbers on and we'll figure out what match is going to be, because it's hard to figure it out when the food's actually dropped. So if we figure it out before we do the match, then we can figure out what the numbers are supposed to be. So if this is working correctly, what should happen is I'm going to match 18. I'm going to swap 18 and 25, and we're going to match from 18, 32 and 39. So what I should see is that 18 obviously drops to the bottom where 39 is, and 18 should go and find 11 and drop 11, and then I'm thinking 11 will do the same thing and drop 4. Right, what actually happened? Okay, so the first thing it said is it was dropping 25 again. That's correct. That's the burger. That was the burger or whatever falling to the bottom. Or whatever was above the burger. I guess the pizza slice falling to the bottom. Then it dropped 11 again, which is correct. But then we got an error and we got an out of range exception on line 389. What? Well, getting above is greater than -1. Maybe multiplying by a negative number didn't give me a negative number. Maybe it gave me a positive number. Because the error occurred after... after we dropped in this part here. So let's find out if the negative, multiplying by the negative number gives us a negative number. Because if it doesn't, it's going to try and run that routine again with an invalid number. And if not, then we'll ask ChatGPT how we can trick that into dropping out early. I could just put a bool in it, I guess. Yeah, that might be better actually, because like it's probably only going to confuse me in the future when I'm like, why the fuck is that -100? I'm just trying to be a smart ass and it's failing miserably. I don't know what is happening there. Yeah, okay, so it calculated a number of 719 and then it came with an out of range exception. Interesting. I'm surprised that turns it into a positive number, to be honest. What if we set index to 0 though? It will just come back as cell number. But we could say cell number equals... We'll just put it in a bool, otherwise it's only going to confuse me in the future, to be honest. I am trying to be clever with maths here, but like it's only going to fucking confuse me in the future. So we'll just say... Okay, well, I'll just call it find one once equals false and not find once. And then we can say find once equals true. Okay, that should stop that error occurring. I feel like we're pretty close now, actually. That's fucking close. That is very close. So 33 was dropping again, which makes sense because that's it going to the bottom. And then it went and found 19 and dropped 19, which makes sense because that would have been the next food item. Then it went and got 12, and then it went and got 5. But it dropped 12 twice. I think this is where things went a bit screwy. No, wait. No, that's calculated number. Hang on. That's actually calculated number. It didn't drop 12 twice, so that's an even better sign. Okay, it dropped 12 twice. Okay, these calculations are confusing me, so I'm going to... So far my day game will still be one. I got time later. I'll be playing Genshin Impact for about an hour. You won't get much done in an hour. I'm not sure if Genshin changed its co-op level requirement in the past 2 years, but I should have it within a range sometime next week or so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's like 35 or something, I think. I'm sure that's what it used to be. I don't know. It's a long time since I had to think about it. Okay. So we dropped 31 again, which was this thing getting to the bottom. Correct. 17 dropped again, which was the first piece of food above it. Correct. Then also managed to get 10. No, why are we getting calculated number again? I thought I saved this. Okay, I think chat distracted me. I really need to get this down. We're close now, I can feel it. Look at it, it's almost working. We just need to get rid of these errors. Okay, so it dropped 33 again, which is that thing going to the bottom. 19 is correct, that was the first food item above. 12 is correct, that's the next food item above. 5 is correct, that's the next food item above. You know what's really interesting about this is these are all handled by different objects as well. That's kind of interesting. That's actually pretty cool. We only do that once, but because we're doing it on every single cell, each cell is essentially responsible. It's like a little team of worker ants. Each cell is responsible for going off and going, oh, there's a little piece of food above me. Oh, we better drop that too. This is literally what it's doing. That's actually fucking hilarious. I love it. So all of these are coming from different cells, which is great, but it's still doing it in the logical progressive order that we want, which is actually amazing. Then it says it's dropping 40 again, so that was the burger thing going all the way down. Then it goes up and does 26 again, then it does 12 again, and then we got an out of range exception. It didn't do 5 again because at this point 5 would have been empty, which makes sense. But we got an out of range exception after it said it was dropping 12 again on food image. Yeah, I think I know why. I know why. So that is how we get the food squares food type if there is food in there. If there isn't food in there, we just want to set it to empty texture and then we won't get a null reference on food image. That should fix that bug. Oh, this is looking promising. Oh my god, I'm going to be so happy if I get this working. I think it's working, to be honest. There's just a couple of little bugs. I never clicked that. Fuck you. Fuck you, Paimon. I need a vertical march, goddammit. Here, this one. Okay, it screwed up because it did 2 matches at once and there's no way our system can handle that right now. Right, one thing at a time, please. Okay, it's still buggy as fuck. But it kind of worked, but one of the food items like completely disappeared or something. This is so close to working now. I can feel it. It's so close to working right now. In my books, Genshin will always be more free-to-play friendly than Wuthering Waves. Oh, by a long shot. Especially now. They're actually... It's going to get so much better, you know. All those announcements. I think they've obviously left it a bit late, but I think competition has helped, which is what I always said. And it drops 24 again. As far as I can tell, all of these things are working correctly. It's kind of hard to mathematically work this out. So I think this is the way our system should work, right? If we match 46, right? The way our system should work is 31 will redrop again first, and then that cell, actually I don't know, because we're matching from the bottom, it's hard to say. Yeah, I don't even know what's going to happen now. God damn it, that's so close. One food item disappears and I'm not sure why. God damn it, that's so close, you know. Let's do this one. I'm going to take a screenshot so we can figure out exactly what happens. We need like a before and after to see if it's correct. So we're going to match burger 33 with over on the pizza slice. So what should happen is obviously these will go across to Paimon, and then these should return their order. So we should see French fry soda, burger soda, starting here, French fry soda, burger soda. We won't, but we need to find out exactly how off it ends up. It's so close though. Kind of. Okay, so that one was kind of strange because I wonder if it's that thing that I was saying before though, right? If we unmute this and record the food item early before the movement finishes, won't it make it more accurate? Because it knows what food type it's about to be, essentially. God damn it, that's so close. We lose one piece of food and I don't really know why. Oh, that's so close. Can I get this today? Right, I need a picture of it before. I'm just struggling to understand exactly what's going wrong. Right, so we're about to match these French fries, okay? So we should get burger, soft drink, right? So it should be like... And why have I grabbed something there? I didn't mean to grab something. Okay. Okay, the burgers stop. The burgers and the soft drinks stacked on top of each other. Oh, this is like a tiny thing that's just not right. There's a tiny thing that's not right. It's like the burger and the soft drink, they ended up on the same cell as each other, so they got like combined somehow. Not sure how that happened. So it dropped 33 again, which is correct, because that's to get the thing to the bottom. It dropped 19, 12 and 5, which is the food above. And it drops 40 again, which is to bridge that gap. And then it did 26 and 12. It skipped 19. I think this is our problem. It skipped 19. Which would suggest that at some point, I think 19 became an empty food item. Probably because the throw's resetting the food items when the items get thrown. But no, the items... Oh. This is so hard to debug. There's so much happening. Right, I think I might know what it is. I think I might know what it is. I noticed something there. So when we do the match, right, the object that gets swapped, I don't think it's going into the database. I think it only happens visually. So if we pause that now, these should be registered as French fries on number 48. I'm betting that they're not. Food item 2. 0, 1, 2. Fuck, they are. Okay, so it's not that. So then what the fuck is going wrong? Right, straight away something went wrong this early. This is good to know. So we lost a food item this early. It kind of got absorbed by the pizza, I think. So 26 said it was dropping again. Which is weird, because I think at that point 26 is like empty. And then 12 and 5 were dropped. I'm so close. I'm so close. I just need to understand what exactly is happening. We got some pizza slices over there we can match. Okay, we'll do these pizza slices. Okay, so far everything is good, right? Yeah, because this is our normal function. This is our first drop routine. Right, so what do we know? We know our first drop routine is correct. We know the correct cells are dropping and the correct food is being dropped. Now something went wrong. We lost... But what went wrong? I don't know. There's a lot going on here. I don't know. One pizza slice seemed to overtake another pizza fucking slice that, I don't know, should have been dropping with the rest of them. So I don't know what the fuck that's about. And there was a fucking soft drink in there, wasn't there? Well, let's have a look at our... Let's look at our image. So we're on the third column. We're on this column here. And... I don't even know what happened. First of all, there's... Right, okay, well that's interesting, right? Because there's two pizza slices now in this column. There's only... Oh yeah, there is two pizza slices. But we matched pizza slices, right? Yeah, we did. So we matched the pizza slices, so that should be gone. That should be gone. That should be gone. And these became blank. Those French fries went over there, so that should be gone. So the only thing that should now be in this column is 2 burgers, a fries, and a pizza slice. We have the fries, and we have 2 pizza slices. So that's not right. Who ate all the burgers? So let's look at our grid. I'm going to put it on the other screen. So I'm covering chat. Because I have no choice. So drop 32 again, which would have been empty at this point. So really we don't even need to do that. Like, why did that happen? Because I thought we say there, right? If grid cells at target cell food item is greater than -1, which it actually shouldn't be, because that should have now become a -1 because it was matched. So the fact that we're running this code in the first place on 32 doesn't really make sense. Because we say here food squares, texture becomes empty texture, and we set the food item to -1. And that's on a H match. Let's find the V match. So here's the V match, which is what we actually did. We did a V match. So we matched vertically, And we said grid cells at start index plus iteration index dot food item equals -1. So we set that tile to say that it's got no food in it. So why the hell, by the time we get to here, does that cell say it's got food in it? And it's rerunning the drop, which it shouldn't be doing. Also, I don't know that this wants to run here, right? Because this condition here is saying the cell below I think this should be a separate check, because checking above and checking below shouldn't be dependent on each other. And then our conditional check here should be and find once is false. That still doesn't explain why it thinks the food item is in the cell when it shouldn't be. Fucking, how long have I been at this now? 5.5 hours. No, I can't do 2 matches at once. Fuck off. I want one at a time. That didn't even really seem to make that much of a difference. 30 shouldn't be dropping again, because it should be empty. So that if we actually look at the code though, right? Let me do a H match, because for the V matches, right, these come from two different places. None of the droppings are actually valid. Because the droppings essentially are all match cells which should be empty. So as long as we don't rely on it for H matches, I think we just get rid of that altogether. So let's see if we need it for H matches. Yeah, everything kind of fucked up now and fell apart. Yeah, so for H matches, it breaks everything. And this is my issue. I can't do any more of this. I need to stop. I need to stop. This is absolutely abysmal. It's so difficult. But yes, I will say that I think I'm right about that. Is I don't really see a use for that, because all it's trying to do is drop empty cells which don't need to be dropped. But I thought that was how we got the thing to the bottom in the first place. Yes, I think it is. What is happening? So if I put that back in, it allows the original cell that was originally matched to reach the bottom. Yes, it does. Alright, I'm gonna have to end it there for today, because I can't, like, what is this, 6 hours, 6 hours of this, and it's just like I'm at my limit. And it's weird because, like, on one hand I feel like I'm close, but on the other hand it's like every time it's one of those things where it's like a house of cards on a house of cards on a house of cards, and I change the slightest thing to try and fix one thing and it breaks 7 other things. And it's like, in some ways I feel like I'm kind of close, but in other ways it's like, yeah, but what about all the other problems that changing one thing breaks, you know? Right, have a nice day, bye. Yeah, I need to just stop, because at a certain point you literally are just banging your head against a brick wall. I shouldn't go so long without taking breaks, and I certainly shouldn't go this long without eating and stuff like that. I don't think it helps. At a certain point I think you reach a limit. Definitely made progress today, but I just can't believe how difficult this is. It's actually insane how difficult this is. And like, if ChatGPT was better, like, because like that's no help. That just makes matters worse. Yes, I suppose I probably do need that for V drops then. So I'm thinking that doesn't do anything, or like, and it's dropping empty cells, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Because that only runs like 3 times per match anyway, which would be how many times it had to run to get the thing to drop all the way to the bottom, I would think. So that's probably the one part that's actually working. Yeah, because it's the food that comes from above. Yeah, I just realized I'm being an idiot. So this is why I need to stop, right? So I was just like going crazy there thinking, well, this shouldn't be running because the food square should be empty, because when we match it, we empty it and we give it to Paimon. But yeah, of course I'm already getting confused. This was the food item that was above to fill the gap, essentially. So of course it should have a food item in it because it's food. It's only food that falls in the first place. So the food that's falling from above now becomes this cell, essentially, the original cell that was originally matched against. So when I'm losing that much of a grasp of my understanding of the fucking thing, I think it's time to take a break. Yeah, I think coming back to it tomorrow with fresh eyes will probably be pretty big. Pretty helpful. Maybe I'll have a look at it tonight. I've got stuff to do today though, where I'm going out and stuff, so I don't know whether I'll get much done. But my god, yeah, when I thought, hey, let's make a match 3 game, I had no idea it would get this crazy. I don't know, I had a feeling it was going to be awkward. I bet there's like a better way of doing it as well. I bet there's like all sorts of tricks you can do with like vector 2s or something like that. Maybe there's a way you can sort of like virtually map a grid like this in a vector 2 and then use that as your control. So you don't have to like fuck around with all these crazy ass like plus grid. I mean, I don't know, like that in a way, like that's not that complicated. But if it's not that complicated, then why the fuck haven't I got this to work yet? It sort of is, but it's like, it's just fucking awkward. And then the other problem as well is like there's two ways to run code like this as well. So there's having like a manager, which is actually what this is, ironically. Where that is how I'm doing it. What am I talking about? Well, yeah, kind of. So what I'm doing here is really weird. I am running it from a manager. I'm not running the code on the cells themselves. But you could run the code on the cells themselves. But I'm kind of mirroring that by having a manager and then spinning up core routines per cell. And I'm saying, okay, you cell, you run this one. You cell, you run this one. You cell, you run this one. But it's still like an object orientation thing. So that's one way of doing it, which is the way I'm doing it. This is all like classic object orientation stuff. But then the problem is like each cell is doing the same thing, but they're all doing it at once, and it can be hard to keep track of what's doing what. Or another way you can do it is you can just get the thing to say, okay, I have a list of cells and I'm gonna have them do things like this. Right, so I will control them all at the same time in the same script in the same code and blah blah blah. Like that's easier to sort of debug because everything's happening one time and one time only, and it's all happening. But that has its drawbacks as well, because this thing would need to know a lot more about its like coordinates and stuff. Although I guess the cells kind of need to know that anyway. Anyway, I'm waffling. I'm going to shut the fuck up. I'm going to take a break. Bye.